Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, and welcome to our first ever Festival of Bass. Hello, welcome, thank you for joining me. We have a very busy schedule and a busy show. Lots to talk about, lots to show people. We've got lots of cool content coming from some creators from the community who've been creating and uploading YouTube content about our game. And we've also got some not seen before content from one of our ambassadors, Wobbly Captain. I actually have a very convenient button that I can press here, which brings up a schedule, and you can almost kind of see me in the background. So we're going to kick things off with me for a bit. Unfortunately, you're stuck with me for a little while, where for the first half an hour or so, we're going to have a bit of a chat, and then we're going to go through some of the new items and all the stuff and exciting things you can unlock in the Predator equipment pack before getting started with a lot of our pre-recorded content, starting with a couple of videos by a person called Professor Smooth. Some of you may have already seen these, maybe some of you haven't. It's essentially a kind of getting started. So if you're kind of new to the game, it goes through a lot of the basics, but also I think, you know, if you're relatively experienced with the game, hopefully it will teach you something new, which is the whole point. Then we've got some interviews that we've recorded, one with people, you know, someone that lots of you already know, Des O'Connor, our studio producer. And then we have an interview with Jansen Turk, who you are yet to have seen on our channel. And he is a senior character artist. So we'll learn a bit about what he does, and we'll talk a bit about something that's coming up soon, which has been highly discussed. Beards. Beards is what we're going to be discussing, among other things. So, back to the schedule. After that, we have a debut of a new series we're launching, called B.a.s.s Gaming. This is presented by and created by Ronnie Moore, who works very closely with B.a.s.s and Bassmaster, where he'll be sitting down and having a chat with the two-time classic champion and legend himself, Hank Cherry. And they'll be playing the game and having a chat about their experiences. Then we have an awesome video from Wobbly Captain, and this is one that I'm very glad that he made. I kind of nudged Wobbly Captain in the direction of this video, and it's all about St. John's River. I've, you know, as a community manager, right, I see a lot of people talking about the game, and we see all the comments and all the messages. And one of the things people have been struggling with is St. John's River in the career mode, and not finding any fish. So this video that has been made by Wobbly Captain should hopefully help some players who have maybe been struggling with that particular venue. Anyway, so after that, it's back to me. So there's quite a lot of video content. I'll be just kind of pressing buttons and popping in between to introduce the next section and making sure everyone's okay and keeping hydrated and has snacks available. We'll be playing some community Bassmaster Royale games on Lake Chickamauga, which has just been added to our multiplayer servers, both on Freedom Fishing and on Bassmaster Royale. And then we're going to play a game that I came up with called Bassmaster Hide and Seek, where we'll be giving away some keys to the Predator pack. I won't be able to give you the keys right now. It'll be probably Monday, but the idea will be I'm going to hide my screen. I'm going to drive off and hide somewhere on the lake, and the first person who finds me gets a key. Pretty simple, really. We'll do a few rounds of that, and I'll make sure that no one's spying and like following me around. Everyone will have to go back to the dock, and the first person that finds me will get a key. Pretty simple structure. And then we'll round things off and say, see you later, you know? But obviously, big thing is the Predator pack, Predator equipment pack, has just come out. It's on all the platforms, Steam, PlayStation and Xbox, and it's actually on sale. No, sorry, the Predator Pack's not on sale. The game is on sale. So if you're watching on Steam, this is a Steam-only sale at the moment. You can save 50% off on the game and 50% off on the deluxe upgrade pack if you didn't already have it. So, pretty cool. We need hide and seek mode for Battle Royale. I don't really know how that would work on a grander scale, but I like your thinking. I think that's a cool idea. So that's what we're going to talk about first. But let's kick things off, and I'll just run the trailer for the Predator Equipment Pack. For those of you maybe who aren't aware that it exists, or have been hiding somewhere, this is the Predator Equipment Pack. I love that trailer. I think it's very cool. The creative team have done an amazing job on making a very cool trailer. I pressed the wrong button. I apologize. There I am. So that's the Predator Equipment Pack. If you didn't know it exists, now you do. There's lots of stuff to see. 3 new boat wraps. Actually, 4 new boat wraps. But one of them you'll have to unlock through Mastery, which I did last night so that I can have it, so I can show people. There's a whole bunch of new lures from 13 Fishing, and for the first time in one of our games, Bagley. And you can get some Bagley merch. So we got a boat wrap for it. There's a jumper, a hat, lots of cool stuff. And we'll go through a bunch of that now, in a minute. The other thing, obviously, that came out this week was we mask up, exactly. If you've seen the snood is cool. Is we just released earlier in the week a new update for the game. It was focused around a stability update. So there was lots of overall improvements. But what we do want to reiterate, and we are working, I'm writing an article that will go out later in the week about like a summary of what's been going on and the future and all that kind of stuff, is that we are very much aware, and we do see everything that everyone is saying, the issues that people are coming up with, bugs that people are finding, suggestions for things that people would like to see improved or implemented. It all gets seen, it all gets written down, and it all gets discussed. I can't always tell everyone everything, which I know is, you'd like to know a lot more. We are trying to tell you as much as possible. Last thing we want to do is overpromise and underdeliver. So I want to make sure that what I'm telling you is, is actually happening in the near future. Is there any development on the lures working and swimming properly in the water? Sorry to be off topic. Ryan, that's no problem. That is one of the probably most discussed areas of the game, I would say, probably due to the fact that there's obviously an underwater camera. Now, it is being looked at, but it is going to be a longer term, project, essentially. There are a few things that make it particularly complicated. There are, I don't know the ins and outs, so I'm not a dev. I don't know how any of this works. But as far as I'm aware, there's a couple of different ways that it could be done. One of which is every individual lure would need to be animated manually. Or there's a more technical system, which is a physics-based system which needs to be developed, which will make lures behave based on pre-assigned physics behaviors. But that is something that's being looked into. I wouldn't be able to give you any kind of time frame around how long that might take. But it is something that's being looked at, and we'll try and keep you up to date with it, and we'll get, you know, interviews and stuff from the dev team to try and keep people up to date on what's happening. I like the realism, so I never used it. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that's cool, you know, like you have the option of how you want to fish. So if you want to use the underwater camera and you enjoy seeing what's happening under the water, you can. If you want to try and, you know, be a little bit more authentic, you can choose to turn it off. It's completely your choice. And the water does look really cool. I really like the lighting and all that kind of jazz, you know. So let's jump into the game. Unless there are any pressing questions anyone would like to fire at me straight away, we'll jump in and we'll take a look at some of this new stuff. I'm still pressing the wrong button. It's right in front of me. I have a very complicated Stream Deck set up today with many buttons programmed. But look, since, you know, it's being looked into. That's all I know. I couldn't tell you when. And I'm sure that we'll still get lots of people asking about it, which is fine and expected, and we are looking at it. I just can't give you any information right now as to how long that might take. So, but I wanted to reassure you. Yeah, Daz, I saw your 100-pound catfish. That is insanity. Big Timer, what was your biggest that you posted in on Discord? Is there any talks to add a save feature? Yes, there is, Rob. That is one of the other things we've been discussing as well. Same kind of situation as the lure animation. I couldn't give you a time frame, but we agree. We think it would make you know, it would make the experience a lot better for people to be able to save in between rounds, and it is something that we're looking into. It's my pleasure. So, should we take a look at some new stuff? Where do you want to start? Wraps? So, I'm using the Blazer. So, I mean, the first and foremost, a very popular wrap, I will imagine, is the Predator wrap. I mean, it's got a shark mouth on it. Oh, you can't really see because my camera's in the way. Don't worry about it. I can solve that. There you go. So we've got the Predator boat wrap. We've got the camo boat wrap. And we have clothing to go with that. So if you want to go full camo, which is what I'm planning on doing later, you know, I'm going to be hiding in plain sight, fully camoed up. You'll never find me. You probably will find me. Booyah is not new. Oh, I've flicked across too enthusiastically. Bagley, there it is. We've got this honeycomb effect Bagley boat wrap, which I think is very cool. Hello, Brian. How are you? Jeff, there is no new venue added to in this Predator Pack update. It is boat wraps, lures, clothing, and a couple of new rods. Look at it. Very cool. Now, if you complete your mastery challenges, if I can find it. Oh, do you know what? It's because I logged out. Hang on. I'll show you in here. So the other thing that the Predator edition comes with is a range of new... How do I turn my camera back on? Here we go. There we go. A whole bunch of new cosmetic items that you can unlock through completing some challenges, which I did yesterday. Doesn't take too long. So there's a flame snood, and then you've got trousers, a hat, a top, flame jersey, and then the flame boat wrap as well, which I think is You know what? I'll be totally honest with you. When I saw the trailer, you know, I didn't think I was going to like it as much as I actually do. Now that I have it unlocked, I don't know whether maybe I think it's the coolest. I don't know. I think it could be. I think it could be. So, oh, and seeing as we're talking about mastery, we are well aware that there is an issue that is affecting mastery for a large number of players. So there are workarounds at the moment. So if you are struggling to get items unlocked, you can get them unlocked. It's a bit of a pain, I admit, but we are working on a fix for that to make that no longer be such a pain. So the current workaround is if you're not having your mastery items unlock and you've completed the challenge, fully restarting the game may unlock the items. If that isn't unlocking the items, open the game, go to options, log out of Dovetail Live, restart the game, log back into Dovetail Live, and that triggers the mastery item to unlock. That is the workaround. It's not great. It's not great, but it does work, and we will have a solution for that. Natural, I cannot speak on those things. I've got no idea what you're talking about. Sends appears for the... Oh, you answering questions. Okay, that's fine. Right, so other stuff. I mean, I've customized my character in what would be only described as being eclectic attire. No mocking me today. I'm a very serious community manager, big timer. So I've gone with the flame trousers because, you know, it's fire. God, I can't believe I just said that out loud. The Bagley hoodie, the shark mouth snood, and the shark eyes hat. And I would 100% never wear that in public, but I will in the game because I think it looks cool. I don't have the confidence to wear that in real life. If you have the confidence to rock flame trousers, I salute you. But I digress. Let's look at what are you guys interested in? Lures? So one of the new things is we've got some new rods. Favorite fishing, fire stick, and spinning rods. I don't want to do that right now. We've got the favorite jackhammer and rush spinning. And I think they all look really cool. I really like this one with the kind of looks like a soft grip, which looks comfy on the hand. Looks like almost like rope. And then lures. So we got a whole series of Bagley lures. Now, the one that seems like it's doing the work. Sorry, I know I'm not very good at being serious. It's not my strength. I mean, there's lots. There's a whole load of new Bagley lures in lots of different colors. Now, these guys. Which one is it, Big Timer, or whoever's been posting screenshots? Is it the Goldilocks, or is it the clear? I know you don't want to give away your secrets, but these lures by 13 Fishing are catching some absolute monsters. Is it not one? I thought it was one of these ones. So I have some set up. So I've got these are my old school ones. The other issue I have is I don't have any bass bucks. So I've got 469 bass bucks, which is a shame because I can't buy it like enough. Because you know, like I want to put some good lines on, but I can't afford them. So I've got the Krusty Crawdad perch swim bait. All right, is it not this one? I could have sworn it was this one in the pictures. I lost my mind? I'm sure it's one of these. They do. I would agree. And hi, Wobbly. How you doing? Or am I looking in the wrong spot? Sorry, every time I click out the game, the music stops. Oh, by the way, welcome on Steam if you're watching for the first time. Venice Bass Buck broke. I am. If only I could get a loan. You guys have got millions in the bank, right? Hey, Jay. So yes, if you're watching on Steam, hello. This is the first time we've ever Steam. Oh my God. It's late for me, okay? This is when I normally go to bed, like have my wind down time. We are streaming for the first time on Steam today, as well as Facebook and Twitch and YouTube. So there are a lot of places to consider. Why can't you create a Dovetail account? There should be no reason why you can't, unless you maybe already have an account registered with your email. You can put a ticket in with our support team via our website, or if you go to one of our recent articles, like our last patch notes, there's a link in there, but I don't have the link to hand. I got it equipped. I thought so. So yes, there's lots of new lures, some really cool looking rods and reels. I forgot to mention the reels. So we've got reels that match each of the new rods. So the fire, the jackhammer, and the rush. I really like all of them for different reasons. Like this one gives me like an old school vibe, but in a cool, like modern way. And this just looks sleek with the black and gold, and the black and red is just cool, right? Hi, Brad. Any talks in making bass roll a random venue each time versus always being the same lake? Right now, we're in the process of introducing venues to the game, so I don't think we'll be looking to introduce any kind of randomization until we have all the venues playable, and then it starts to get a bit more complicated. But yeah, we'll be looking at something. It might be that we start rotating them on a regular basis. I'm not sure exactly what the solution will be yet, just because I'm not privy to that information, not because we don't know. But I'll be able to fill you in on that when I know. All right. What is the Festival of Bass? The Festival of Bass is it's a celebration on Steam called the Publisher Weekend, where we run lots of games run big sales on their Steam games, and we chose to celebrate by doing a Festival of Bass where we do a long stream with lots of content, lots of videos, and just have a bit of fun, really. You could say maybe why not? Kane. Yes, it's all good, man. It's all good. It's all part of it, you know. And I know that the people want the best for the game. Like and that's great. And I fully understand that. And I understand the frustrations with things not being 100% perfect yet, and there still being things to work on and improve. But all I can tell you is that we are proactively doing it, and it will come up in the interview with Des later, but there's a lot to be said for the fact that we're able to do new content like this Predator Edition, Predator Equipment Pack, and continue to work on bugs and improvements, because those people who work on those two areas of the game are entirely different. Creating and designing new content is a very unique process, whereas diving into code and investigating issues and fixing them is an entirely different set of skills managed by a completely different set of people. So that is why we are in a position where, you know, we're working very hard on both. One doesn't impact the other. You know what I mean? Right. Who wants to jump into a Bassmaster Chickamauga Lake with me? I'll jump into the UK venue just because there's less people in there right now, and I'd like to give people more of an opportunity to come say hi if you would like. I'll be easy to spot because I'm the guy wearing the flame trousers with the Bagley jumper with the shark's Newton hat. But yeah, come find me. Let's do some casual fishing and have a chat. I'll answer questions before we kick off with the first of our videos for the day. If you are just joining and you haven't seen, let me just flick back to my my main camera here and show you the schedule of things to come. So we are currently in stage 1 or part 1 of this Festival of Bass, where we are. Let me put the other music stop now. Have some ambient sounds. We are now currently in phase 1, so we have done the welcome. But if you missed the welcome, then welcome. You know, I'm glad you're here. And we've gone through some of the Predator equipment pack, and now we're going to do some fishing with hopefully some of you lovely people in the community on Lake Chickamauga. And then 10 o'clock, we got videos from Professor Smooth. We've got a couple of interviews with Des, our studio producer, and Jansen, our senior character artist. And then we've got a debut of Bass Gaming, which is hosted by Ronnie Moore, interviewing and playing Bassmaster with the legend Hank Cherry. Then we have an original video made by our ambassador, Wobbly Captain, who's in chat, mastering St. John's. So for people who've been struggling with St. John's, your problems are over. Wobbly Captain has you. And then we'll be back for some community Bassmaster Royale games, and I'll be giving away some keys for the Predator pack. So stick around if you want. It's up to you. Right. Hello, Yeti. Oh, well, I wanted to have the Predator boat, but I obviously have hovered over the... You know, it looks cool, though. It makes... I'm in prep for my game later. Good vibes, good vibes. Hello, Natural. Who got there? Was that Persia? It is Persia. Oh, where am I? Oh, here I am. I feel like I don't normally start there. I normally start over there and then drive out. Huh, there you go. I got confused. Well, I don't know many of the hotspots on Lake Chickamauga, but let me tell you, this is one of them. Let me tell you. So let's try. I mean, Ben, me and Big Timer will not be in the next week to fix the bugs as we've got to go fishing. Yeah, thanks for all your work, Big Timer and Scooby, on fixing all the bugs. I appreciate it. So, Glidesdale. Is it this one? Now, the problem I may run into here is that I only have a 15-pound line, and I know that this this lure is gonna get some lunkers, giant bass, right? So I'm probably going to be reeling more than I'm doing anything else, because I cannot afford to buy any more lines right now. So I need to catch some fish. Is that you over there? Is it, Brad? Hi, Brad. Yes, if you'd like to come and join me, I am on Lake Chickamauga, and I'm just by this little slip, just by the dock. So come say hi. It would be nice. And this is a good spot. If you want to catch some fish, it's a good spot. Apart from, obviously, not for me right then, but, you know. I mean, I saw a big bass, but the big bass was not interested in what I had to say, so... Way of the road. I thought I'd put our sig notes in advance. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'll let HR know. Yeah, look at you. You're giants. I've mastered stop and go now, by the way. Absolute pro. It's only taken me a year. Actually, that's a lie. It's not been a year yet. I've been here since June, right? So I've still got time. Crystal, I'm not calling you out or anything, but you're kind of cramping my style. You know, just like come next to me. You know, like come this way a little bit. Like go nose to nose with me. That'd be nice. And then we can fish off in the same direction together, and it'll be friendly. You know. just yeah, nose to nose. There we go. No, yes, come back. I wasn't being mean. I don't want you to leave. Here, come on, nose to nose. There we go. Come on, bring it in. There it is. Maybe we can get like a chain of boats. Whoa, too far. Back it up. Whoa! Crystal, are you mad? There you go. Perfect. Don't you do it to me. Back it up. You back it up now. I'm getting stream snipes. You believe it? It's fine. Oh my god, there's a lot of boats. This is what I love about doing these streams, is getting lots of people together and just having a good time. On my way! Come join the party. Why can't I catch a fish? You guys have told me, right, that this lure was it. You told me. Just saying hi. I appreciate it. It was a very friendly thing to do. Same with me. Where'd she go? She's gone over there. Hi, Sporty. Don't mind me. Just gonna move myself. There we go. There it is. When are you doing? We did a patch. God, when was it? Wednesday. We did a patch on Wednesday morning. And the next one is currently being worked on. It shouldn't be too long. And I'll do as I always do, and I'll update you with exactly what is in there when we have a final list. Oh, nighttime is coming. It's my radiator on. I'm baking. Nope, I'm just running hot right now. It's because I'm normally in bed. I'm not supposed to be this active right now. Just so you all know, this is bedtime for me. And as I used to enjoy the occasional energy drink, you know, going back a year or two, you know, I enjoyed it. You know, what can I say? But I haven't had an energy drink in, I want to say, like 18 months. But today, I have one. I have one lined up in case of emergencies. What was in the last one? If you go to bassmasterthegame.com and you click on news, we post all of the articles and patch notes go straight in there. Are you saying congrats on me not drinking any drinks very much anymore, or on the fact that I'm still awake? Ben, let the lure sink a little. It doesn't sink as fast as a tranquillistic. Okay. And reel in at speed 1 or 2. Okay. God, you guys are great. Yes, I'm on the UK Chickamauga because it had less people in. Both. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Crystal. That's very kind. Ultra. Oh yeah, isn't it's not very deep, is it? It's getting a bit dark. let's try something else. This one's new, I believe. My friend drinks energy drinks like every second. I mean, I like coffee, so I rely on coffee for the most part now. Hey, it's nice to see so many people here, by the way. What we got? Nice. Loads of you. Whiskers. Nice outfit, Whiskers. Don't do it to me, man. Back it up. That is something that we are aware of, Natural, and are working on. But we are aware of it. It's nice that everyone just wants to be close, you know. Yeah, I've heard that is a fix. I mean, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do, but some of your talents should be able to, right? Well, he's saying like catch a fish is like the easiest thing in the world, but look at me, I know I say this like every time I stream, but it's called fishing, not catching, right? Ryan, are you talking to us? Me? We do have a YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/dovetail fishing. Or just look up dovetail fishing. I have no issue striking on mouse spasma, and I have a very small mouse mat. So this is an issue that has come up recently that we need to fix, and that's okay, you know. That's part of the process. It's fine. We're also on Twitch if you want to watch on Twitch, and live on Steam. And people are on Steam. Hello, Steam. How do these lures work? Are they diving? Do I need to be reeling faster? Well, hello, Roy. That's very very friendly of you. Hello, welcome. Sins doesn't need HUDs. You can turn most of the HUD off if you do like a challenge. Good. I'm glad to hear it, Landon. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I can't catch any fish. Anyone else catching any fish? Or is it just me? It's not getting crazy now. I like how it doesn't get as dark as it used to. Oh yeah, you definitely need to like when you crank up the reel speed, these things really sink. I think that could be the way. Let's try the this one again. I caught so many fish here yesterday. Can you believe it? Whoa! Oh god. It's a big one. I think it's a walleye. Oh, you're moving slow. Oh no, it's not. It's catfish. Okay. Come on now. Come on now, buddy. Wish I had stronger line. We could be doing this for a while. Hey, do you remember that time I played the catch? And I spent literally like 18 minutes reeling in a fish. And then I lost it. Anyone remember that? Good times, huh? I got it! Oh! That's tiny. But you know what's good for me? Anyone want to like get behind me and celebrate this catch? So that I can put it on the internet. My ears are sweaty. Big time. You can't say GG to me when I've seen that you have caught like £100 version of these. So hey, nice. Yes. Get in the picture. Nice. Whoa, see ya. All right, let's get another one. Feels good. Thank you for joining me. We'll do some more of those. Oh, I lost my HUD. Nice. Nice. Wait, actually, I think I might have done something else. Sometimes I like click off and it goes weird. We're doing pro mode. Did your HUD come back after you caught a fish? It was a funny clip. It was worth the pain of the humiliation because it was funny. It comes back. Well, here's hoping. We are looking into it, trust me. Trust me. I mean, it took me quite a while to catch one fish, so I'm not feeling overly confident that I'm going to catch loads more. Nah, we'll be fine. We got this. Yeah, don't pity me with your niceness. If I catch a fish that's genuinely good, then you can say, "Hey man, well done." You know, I forbid humoring. I forbid it. I don't really. I appreciate it either way. Come on, buddy. Get good. Yeah. That's fair enough, to be honest with you. You know, I take that on the chin. It's fair enough. Oh, I gotta let it sink. I'm letting it sink. Tell you what, 7 AM, this place is gonna be popping with fish. I don't know where they are at night though. I've not fished much at night. Maybe I should move. We've got more light yet, or is it still really dark? It's pretty dark. Hey, but at least we'll be able to see what we're missing. Look at that golden lure. Looks tasty, huh, fish? Yeah, I've had that one. I've had that too, natural. It's been reported. What happened? What console are you on? I mean, I can't really do much bug reporting right now. Who knows where the fish are at night on Chickamauga? PS4. And what were you doing? Because they are not here. Just fishing. In on the server with me, right? They're somewhere else though, right? The dock where you spawn is a nice spot. Oh. Hi, Kara. Oh, is that here? Like round here? I think so. It's always harder to fish at night. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy for me anytime. No, Brian. Not currently. That isn't being discussed, no. No game launches fault-free. As a game like Bassmaster that's ongoing and will be continually updated and supported with new improvements and bug fixes for the foreseeable. DLC is obviously optional. You know, you don't have to purchase DLC if you don't like the look of it, but it won't be free. It might be on sale at some point, but it won't be free. The fish finder would be useful right now, huh? I hope I can get mine to turn off. I'm not hardcore. I like things easy. That is another thing that's been discussed. I've seen not a huge amount, but I've seen quite a few reports of people saying they would like the models to be improved of the fish, and it's been looked into. I mean, a lot of these things, everything gets spoken about, everything is being looked at. There's obviously limited resources and limited people, so we have to think about what's going to have the most drastic input or impact on the game and the players, because we can only do one thing at once, right? I was smashing it last night at Real, hooked into another big one. All of a sudden, my guy disappeared. And a few minutes later, the game locked up and kicked me off. Okay. Was running... you might play more often with players if you have time. I could certainly do that. Do you mean, like, do more live streams? Like Bassmaster Royale games with the community? Or, like, off-stream? Just, like, maybe in Discord, be like, right, tonight, 7 o'clock, if you want to join, like, let's hang out, join a Discord chat. That kind of thing. You can turn the fish finder off, Sins. In fact, I'm just going to quit out and rejoin, and I can show you. Do both. Okay. I will. I will. So, if you do want to have no HUD, I don't know what you play on, but they're on PC. It's R. You can cycle through a split between fish finder and map, big fish finder, or none. Not a huge amount. I caught a catfish. I go back down where you were and toward the docks down there, like back this way, where I kind of am now. I mean, there are fish here. Total cast control. I'm not that good at total cast control. I'll give it a go if you want. Total cast control. And you can also do normal full HUD, partial, minimal HUD. So if you like that, then you'll see a lot less. All right, let's try total cast control then, huh? We haven't added any new boats, Josh. Yeah, we know, Swifty. We know. Right, let's try this. I'm going to do it this way. Oh, I didn't change it. Right, here we go. So, bring it back. Do it forward. We'll try again. Full disclosure, I have a very small mouse mat, okay? Very small. All right, round two. Here we go. Big distance. Damn it. Okay, that was worse than the last one. Okay. You need a bigger mouse for this. There we go. Look at that. 45 yards. Which might I add, right? 45 yards. %, right? 33 yards. So if you want your lure in the water for longer, total cast control is worth getting to grips with. If you want more lure in the water time, right? The longer it's in the water, the more chance you have of catching fish, right? Hello, Steam Chatter. Welcome. If only I knew exactly how to pronounce your name without messing it up. I've done a 60-yard cast with the basic casting. Well, that must be the rod, okay? I don't know what lure I've got. We want to use Glidesdale. There's quite a lot going on underneath me. I'm just going to cast, like, over here. See what's happening. It's still dark. I'll let this sink down for a minute. This 60-yard cast. Evening Wayne, also from the UK. Well, you've said some contradictory things there, Sins. Especially if your controller thumbsticks are slightly messed up. Do you think that may be contributing to the issue? I think it's possible. Right, I'd like to catch another fish before we move on to the next part of the show. I'm going to go back to the OG spot and see if I can catch some stuff. Whoa, big fish. Okay. Boat audio issue there. Nice. There's a right little party going on here, though. Hi, Kygon. The sun is coming up. Yeah, come on, buddy. Ooh. You know you want to. You can stay away. I'm not interested in you. Ah. Come on. Oh, no. Oh, you're joking. Sure, come join. We're on the UK server of Lake Chickamauga. Right, sink, sink, sink. I should have cast a bit further, I think. Like 60-ish. I don't really want to cast there, but that's kind of good. That's kind of good. I like it. Oh yeah, look. This is, see, nighttime. Nighttime's hard. Daytime, fish. Right, come on. I can see them. Yeah, there are a lot of people. It's good though. It's good to get, you know, we get test how these servers do when they're full. Right, we're gonna get one. We did catch a small catfish. I'd like to catch something else. And then we'll play some videos from Professor Smooth. Professor Smooth. Feel free to use that, Professor Smooth, for your videos. They've left me. I'm putting it down to everyone around me catching all the fish. Radio voice, yeah. Face for radio, right? What do you think it would be like? Smooth classics, 80s hits. All right, looks like my time was, this was not my time. Some days it does be like that, you know? It's fishing, not catching, right? It's how it goes. So. Oops, sorry, I moved my mouse mat. It all went weird. You know what? I'm going to do one more cast. I can't help myself. I need it. I just have to do it. Just have to. Oh, there's nothing here. There is. There is. It's fine. This is it. This is the one. Patience. All right, and we're reeling. I'm not seeing any fish. Crystal's catching smallmouth. All right, fine. I admit defeat. Right, we're moving on to the next stage of this Festival of Bass. So, as we look at the schedule here, you will see we are moving on to the next section, which is, I think, will be useful for everyone. There'll be some stuff that a lot of you will just know because you've been playing the game, you know the game. But there's also, there's some new people watching probably. There'll be new people watching this later when we edit it down. There's also some good tips and a lot of useful knowledge that I think will be very useful for people. These videos were made by Professor Smooth. They're all on his YouTube channel. If you just pop in Getting Started Bassmaster Fishing 2022, Professor Smooth's videos will come up. He's made a whole bunch of content around Bassmaster, which is very cool. And, oh God, wrong button. I'm so useless. I will be back to introduce the next set of videos. I'll be here, kind of just sitting, probably drink a Red Bull. And I will catch you guys very soon. All right? Enjoy.
Fish on, fish on. Now what do I do? How's everybody doing today? Thanks for tuning into the channel. Welcome to the channel. I've been playing Bassmaster Fishing 2022. Today we're going to go over some of the basic controls, some of the basic tips that you need to know to land some fish. Some monster bass are out there waiting for you. Let's get in. This may be a two-part series. I don't know how many questions I've gotten over the last few days, so I might do a follow-up video part 2 with some more basic items in the game. So drop a comment below if you have trouble finding something or how to do something. So let's get started with some of the game basics like sponsors. We're going to take a look at the user interface, the drag, the reel speed, and changing your loadout. So let's take a look. Let's go to Gunsterville. So loadouts, this is very important. So on the water, you can't switch your loadout. On Xbox, right click the stick and you can choose your time of day you want to start. You can even set the weather. Most importantly is your loadout. So I want to pick finesse loadout right here. Now I'm just going to pick the old select or access venue, and we're going to head over to the lake and start fishing. Before we go fishing, let's take a look at the Anglers Hub. And we're going to talk about sponsors, the benefits or discounts after ranking up and getting followers. So how do you get followers? Catch fish, catch big trophy fish, and people will follow you. No, not in real life, just in the game. It's all hypothetical. So the only available sponsors I have right now, because we're just starting out, are the ones that don't require any followers. So you can see on the screen, some of them require 1,000, 2,500 to start out. So I'd like to give a shout out to Raccoon My Room for noticing the discounts don't always work. As a matter of fact, today when I got into it, my discount did not even show up on the menu. How disappointing is that? The only other major bug I've seen in the game so far is the sound. So sometimes when I'm driving my boat, I switch to the map, go back to the boat, there's no more sound until the little guy makes fun of the small bass I caught. Come on, bass catch 2,500 followers. So let's pick some sponsors. We're gonna get some selections going on here, and I will show you when it is working what benefits you get from the sponsor. So you can see on the left side of the screen, you get brand discounts, 10, 25, 50, 75% discounts. but you gotta rank up. So you gotta have those sponsors, you gotta have the stars. So you see some of them already have available 1 star, so you get automatically a 10% brand discount. A few more followers to get some better. So you take a look over here, you see I have some now 3 or 4 stars. I do get a discount when it works. Boat controls. Let's get into some boat controls and start driving. So now my guy's in his boat, so pressing the right stick will move around, right trigger will get you going forward. So if you take a look in the upper left hand corner, there's your fish finder and your map. Pressing the B button on Xbox will change it to the map only. Pressing it again, fish finder only, and you can see your depth, your temperature, my speed. One more time and it goes away. Now you can just enjoy the view. Let's take a look at switching rods. You should know that from the tutorial. So D-pad on Xbox, you can switch your rods, you can change rods, change your bait if you need to by pressing the tackle box Y button on Xbox. Let's take a look at some casting. How to switch over to long range casting to medium range. Press the left stick after you press the left trigger to initiate the cast. Press down on the left stick. You can change to medium range casting or short range or back to long range. I'm going to have a screenshot with some casting controls coming up, so you can pause the video if you need to and take a look at the Xbox and PlayStation controls. Get that perfect strike, fish on, pull back on the rod or in the opposite direction when the fish bites to get that perfect strike. Otherwise, your hook set won't be as good. Let's take a look at the old user interface for your drag setting. Right bumper and left bumper on Xbox will increase and decrease the drag, so the higher the number, the harder it will be for the fish to pull your line out. So reel speed, how fast you want to reel in. So 5's the maximum. Get it down to 1 or 2 if you want to finesse that big ball in. So on the right you have distance to hook. That's how far your bait is or how far the fish is away from you. So your trolling motor speed and direction of your boat shown in the top left corner, as well as the line tension. So if it's too high, it starts flashing, that's when you have a chance of losing your fish. So your hook quality, that little tiny bar on the left, if it's perfect, it'll start all the way at the top. If you're too late getting the hook set, the bar will be orange and it will start lower. So your line tension goes up and down, so you want to keep it green. So reeling in a little slower or faster will increase or decrease the drag, will help with your line tension. If the line's tension too low, you're not reeling in, so you got to get going to get that big old fish in. All right, let's get to some fishing. I got a good feeling about this. I've been seeing some big bass, so let's go. I think we're gonna get a big one right here. What the? Oh God! Oh, got snagged. So just reel in a little bit, get that little hook over to the right, and you'll unsnag yourself. So, we got a bite anyway. This don't happen very often in real life. Once you get snagged, it's pretty much done. So, got lucky on this one. You see, my hook quality wasn't good, so I'm fighting. Very poor reel. Hooks slipping, it keeps on flashing. So adjust my reel speed, try to keep that bar on the green. Start slipping down, you can lower or increase your drag as needed. I've lost a few fish. I mean, that's fishing, so that's the fun part of it. So we're all gonna lose fish, we're all gonna land a big one, hopefully get a legendary sometime soon. Landing chance. Let's talk about the little flashing thing in the bottom, the little white bar that pops up so you can quickly net your fish without reeling him all the way in. So when this pops up, press A and a little bar is going to come around. It's going to start moving like a meter. You want to press A again right when it gets into the big white bar. So let's take a look at that again. So we're going to press A right when that little arrow moves over to the big bar. I try to hit it right before it gets there. to get the timing right.
Yes. Oh, look at the colors on that cute little baby bass.
Let's take a look at switching gear. So no weight or weight Carolina rig or Texas rig. So I'm not going to tell you how to fish, but if you purchase some rattle traps or some spoons and they don't show up on your pole that you're trying to put them on, it's because you have weight. So you got to switch it to no weight. So right next to the line, there's the no weight option. You can switch it to jig for some soft plastics. So I did buy some baits and some spoons when I first started playing. And I had them on one rod, but I was not able to switch them to other rods. So I had to figure out why is it not switching to other rod. Oh, you big dummy, because you got a Carolina rig on there and you can't put a spoon with that. Please, whatever you do, don't tell my wife that, because I was sac-a-lait fishing with her one time and she had a bobber, she had some weights. The next thing I know in the boat, I turn around and she's putting on a spinner bait. And I was like, that's not going to work. You got a cork on there. She looked at me like I was stupid, cast it out, and guess what? Bam! The first time that bait hit the water and she started reeling in, she caught a bass. And she just looked at me like, I'm just going to do whatever I want. So you just go ahead and fish and I'm going to do my thing. So one more thing, switching the camera view while you're on the boat fishing. Once you make a cast and that bait hits the water, you can press down on the left stick. Now switch your camera view to like a third person. So this is a much more realistic, so you don't have the underwater view anymore. You're on top of the deck just like real life. So you gotta reel in. Hopefully when a fish bites, you pull back real hard on the stick, land a good perfect strike and reel them in. But I kind of do prefer doing that sometimes, but man, the underwater camera, you just can't beat that. But you don't always see the fish when they hit, because it hits so fast. It switches back to your third person view and you can start fighting the fish. So drop a comment below if you landed a legendary fish or just want to talk about anything bass fishing related. So let me know what you call it. What's your favorite fish to fish for? Are you just a bass fisherman, or like me, you like to just catch whatever's biting? I love catfishing in real life, so I think I'm gonna focus on some catfish here coming soon. Also would like to hit up some other lakes with some fish that I've never caught in real life, so this is a great opportunity. Catch some video game walleye and some trout and stuff like that I don't catch here down in the deep south. So thanks for watching. Hit that like and subscribe button for me and keep on fishing, and I'll see you next time.
Big fish, and no whammies.
Can you hear me?
How's all my fishing buddies doing today? Thanks for tuning into the channel. Today it is well past time to do a part 2 of the getting started. Some of the basic things you need to know to get started with Bassmaster Fishing 2022. It has been quite the journey since I made my first video on getting started, so it was well past time to make a part 2. There's been several updates to the game which has affected some of the things I talked about in my first video. So let's get into some topics we'll cover today, as well as finding hotspots, tournaments, fighting fish, some pro tips, some camera views, reel speed, sponsors, boat control, switching gear, buying gear. There's a lot, so let's get into it. So I did take some clips and videos from some of my previous videos that were designated to like just the reel speed and just how to find hotspots. Put them all together to make one big video to kind of summarize everything you need to get started with Bassmaster Fishing. If you have any questions, feel free to drop a comment below. Let me know what you guys are thinking about. Any advice, tips, or tricks you want to share with other viewers, feel free to drop a comment below. So I just want to give a shout out to all the people out there who don't fish in real life. So welcome, we enjoy your company. So those of us who do fish in real life, you can kind of use some of your real life fishing knowledge to catch video game fish. But that is not necessary. So this is a video game. So if you have not fished in real life, there may be some tips and tricks that you can pick up in these videos to learn how to catch these massive video game fish. Boat controls. Let's get into some boat controls and start driving. So now my guy's in his boat, so pressing the right stick will move around, the right trigger will get you going forward. So if you take a look in the upper left hand corner, there's your fish finder and your map. Pressing the B button on Xbox will change it to the map only. Pressing it again, fish finder only, and you can see your depth, your temperature, my speed. One more time and it goes away. Now you can just enjoy the view.
I'm going to interject here and say I don't know how much of this video repeats stuff from the first one. So I'm going to skip to the third video that was made by Professor Smooth, because I know that has a lot of newer content in. So I'll skip to that one, all right? And I'll catch you briefly after.
Can you hear me?
How's everybody doing today? Thanks for joining me, all my fishing buddies. So let's get started with Bassmaster Fishing 2022 new player tips. So thank you very much for all the comments you guys have always submitted to the channel. Don't forget, there's always somebody new out there who's just starting to play Bassmaster Fishing 2022. So I get a lot of the same questions like how to change gear, how do you go from a bait caster to a spinning reel, how to put no weight on your line. We're going to talk about a few of those things, including fish hook size, Texas and Carolina rigs. For those of you who don't fish in real life, welcome. We've been waiting for you. There's plenty of video game fish for you to catch. So how do you change camera views and how to find hotspots? And most importantly, how do you catch fish in Bassmaster Fishing 2022? So in the past, I've made a couple of videos on getting started with Bassmaster Fishing. So in the description below, I will put some links to some other YouTube videos that I made in the past. So getting started part 2, take the time to watch that if you're just getting started with Bassmaster Fishing video game. So part 1, there's been some updates to Bassmaster Fishing game. So some of the things in that video are old and outdated now, but there's still some pertinent information in that old video. So before we head out on the water to do some fishing, let's go ahead from the home screen. We're going to create a brand new loadout just for the purpose of this video. As you can see, I already have some loadouts. I have one specifically just for catfish. Let's make a brand new one, and we'll just call this one Bass Fishing. So we'll make a new one. We're going to set up some rod and reels. That way you can see firsthand what it requires to change from a spinning reel to a bait casting rod and reel setup. How to change some lures. So I get some questions on how do you get this lure because it doesn't show up in my inventory. Well, it is there. You probably just have to add weight or have no weight attached. So by default, when you create a loadout, it has 3 rod and reel setups already. So let's go ahead and delete a couple of these. It will not let you delete the 3rd one, so I guess you have to have at least 1. But that's okay. So let's go ahead and start changing this loadout right here. So this is a spinning reel. So if you want to change the reel, as you can see, there's no bait caster reel available. So let's first change the rod. So here's a bait caster rod. So we'll go ahead, pick one of these bait caster rods, then we'll be able to go back and choose a bait caster reel. So this may seem simple enough, but you'd be surprised how many people don't know how to do this. Don't worry, it's all part of the learning process. So I'm going to go ahead and pick this Stunner HD by Fitzgerald Fishing. Once you confirm it, it's going to ask you want to confirm the swap rod casting type. It's going to automatically select a bait casting reel for you, but we're going to go ahead and change that to another Fitzgerald reel. So don't always match the rod and reel manufacturer, but in this case I do like both of these setups. So Fitzgerald, Stunner, bait casting reel, and rod. So we're going to go ahead and select the line next. So a 30-pound braid is what I typically use on all my Bassmaster Fishing rod and reel setups. So you can put a 40 or 50 pound on here. So 50 pounds a definite requirement for fishing for big catfish. Let's go ahead and put the 40-pound black braid on here. Alright, so now as you can see, it still has a jig head attached. So let's take a look at the selection of lures that we have available for a jig head. So soft plastics. So if you pay attention to these pictures, none of these soft plastics have a hook. That's why you need a jig head. So you have some swim baits and some soft plastics. So what happens if we take the jig head off? We're going to put no weight. Now we'll go back to our lure selection. Now we have dive and crankbait. So I think this is the part that people who are just starting out don't get. They go to the selection and they can't find the same lures that I'm using in the video. So here we go with the top waters. All these have hooks in it, so that's why you need no hook and no weight selected. We'll go ahead and put a dive and crankbait on this rod and reel setup, and we'll go ahead and make another one. So bear with me, I know some of this may be boring to you guys that have been playing the game, but remember this is for new players. So let's get these new players introduced to the Bassmaster Fishing game. Let's show them how to set up these rod and reels. So we're going to put a jig head on this one. We're going to have a 1/4 ounce jig head, and you can see it says number 1. So in Bassmaster Fishing video game, there's a number 1 hook and a number 2 hook, and it's also several hooks that say 1/0 all the way up to 5/0. So if you don't know what that is, let me show you. So in the fishing hook sizing chart, let's take a look at the number 1 to number 8. As you can see, the number 1 hook is the largest numbered hook. Number 8 would be the smallest. Now number 7 and 8 don't exist in the video game, just the number 1 and number 2. You can also see in the picture above, there's some hooks that have a 3-0, 1-0. That's a 1/0 and a 3/0 hook. So we have 1/0 all the way up to 5/0 hooks in Bassmaster Fishing. So bass fishing hook sizes range between a 1 and a 1/0 and 2/0. The smaller size is perfect for worms around 6 inches. So in the description below, I'm going to put a link to a couple of videos that you may find helpful. I'm also going to put a link to a web page with some more information just on Bassmaster Fishing, gear setup, and new player tips. So when you're selecting a Texas or Carolina rig, remember there's going to be multiple options for each weight. So there's multiple options for a 1/4 ounce Texas rig, because each of those has a different size hook. So a 5/0 is going to be the largest hook you can put on the 1/4 ounce Texas rig. A number 2 would be the smallest. I do like a 5-aught hook for catfishing, but a 1-aught or 2-aught hook is perfect for bass fishing. So let's quickly go over how to change the camera view. So once you make that cast on Xbox, you can press the left stick down. It's going to change from the underwater to the top water view, a more natural, realistic view. I pretty much always fish with the underwater camera because I like to see what's down there in the deep, dark water. So how do you switch from long range to short range casting? So on Xbox, once you press the left trigger, L2 on PlayStation to start casting, you want to be able to press down on the old Xbox left stick. You better switch it from long range to medium range to short range, back to long range if you need. So now that we've got some of the more basic items covered, let's talk about how to find fish. How do you find hot spots? Well, let's talk about that. So Fish Finder, you can just drive around all day in your boat and make casts all over. Yes, you will eventually find fish. Now, a lot of people don't like the very simple Fish Finder they have available to us in Bassmaster Fishing, but it does work. So let's slowly drive around some areas. Look for fish on the Fish Finder. You have to drive slow. If you drive it real fast, you won't be able to pinpoint where the fish are. So basically what I do fishing a new area, I drive slow, mainly targeting the banks. So drive slow, use the Fish Finder. Once you locate a pocket of fish, stop and make some casts. Hopefully you will find a hot spot. So as I'm slowly driving around using the old Fish Finder to locate some fish, once I find something that looks like a good area, if it has a bunch of fish on the Fish Finder, I normally pull my boat a little ahead of past the spot, turn around and fish from the back of the boat. The back of the boat is going to be the spot that you just pass over with the Fish Finder. So I'm going to make a few casts in this spot right here and see if I can locate some bass and other fish. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop a comment below. Don't forget to check out some of the other videos on getting started with Bassmaster Fishing, including how to find hot spots. All you gotta do is check out in the description below. I got some other great videos that you can check out. So guys, as always, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Keep on fishing and stay happy, and I'll see you next time.
All right, nice. Thank you to Professor Smooth for making those videos. I hope they were useful. I know, like, I, for one, didn't really know anything about the hook sizes and the odds. I still don't know too much about it, but it definitely helps me, you know, learning some of this terminology is super useful. I hope it was useful for some of you as well. So looking at the schedule, thankfully we are kind of on time. If I played that other video in full, we would have been behind schedule. So next up on the menu is a couple of interviews that I have recorded. They're the first of which is with Des O'Connor, who is our studio producer. And then second of all, we have Jansen Turk, who's our senior character artist. I very briefly almost forgot Jansen's name there. So I had to pull up the screen so I could remember. So that's what's next on our schedule. And then we'll move on to the first episode of Bass Gaming, which actually goes live on our YouTube channel later tonight, but will be played here first for all of you. So without further ado, I will roll the interview with myself and Des, and I'll catch you on the other side. All right, Des, lots of people watching will be familiar with you and the meme hashtag blame Des. But for those people who are new here today, can you tell us a bit about you and what a studio producer does?
Yeah, so my name's Des. I am the producer here on Fishing. Have been working on the fishing game for coming up to 5 years this year, actually. So the role of a producer is to kind of bring together all the connecting parts throughout the dev team and the publishing company. And I kind of often liken it to the conductor of the orchestra, where I have dates I need to hit, I have quality levels to hit, and we have budgets to keep within. So it's about playing all those things together and making sure that the whole team is focused and concentrating on delivering the right product at the right time for the right audience.
So, what kind of teams do you actually touch on? 'Cause obviously, I think people may assume that you work mostly within dev, but there's a lot more to it than that, right?
Oh, sure, sure. First of all, it's with the dev team. So I've got the designers, we've got the artists, both on the character artist front and on the environment artists. Um, then we've got the artists making all the equipment. Then we've got the engineers doing the programming, developing new features, improving the underlying systems, as well as bug fixing. Then we've got the QA department who have to obviously test all the different features and the changes, and every little change that goes on needs testing. Then we've got the audio department that are trying to make the obviously the sounds and the atmosphere within the game as realistic as possible. And then there's interacting with the community team and the publishing team like yourself, Ben, and making sure that everything that we're doing on the development team is working towards making sure that the players are happy with the game that we're making for them. So we're constantly listening to feedback from the community, what they're liking, what they're not liking, any issues that they've got, and then it's a case of us prioritizing where the dev team are working in order to continually be improving the quality of the product.
Amazing. So, what do you enjoy most about what you do then?
Oh, I mean, this is kind of like a dream job for me. I'm here combining two of my favorite passions, which, fishing and gaming together. So it's a childhood dream job for me, I've enjoyed I really enjoy it, and as you can imagine, yeah, being able to go to explore these different venues to
Hmm.
fish myself, and getting hands-on experience with the actual fishing, meeting and just chatting about the game and the features with the pros and the partners, all the different fishing brands that we've got, as well as sort of interacting with the community, getting people excited about the competition and the multiplayer. So yeah, it all ties into to make it a fun job to have. That's for sure.
Amazing. So, Bassmaster Fishing 2022 was released on October 28th, 2021. And on January 20th, 2022, we have released the Predator Equipment Pack. So, I'll play the trailer so that everyone can see it and get excited if they haven't already got it. But then we'd love to hear your thoughts on, what comes with the pack and what it's all about.
The Predator equipment pack is a really exciting one for me, actually. It's the I think it's the strongest pack we've ever done. Really liking the clothing customization and the boat wraps that we've got going on here. There's some really fun stuff that I think the players are really going to enjoy showing off out in multiplayer, as well as in the obviously in the single player. We've got some awesome looking new rods and reels coming from Favorite Fishing. There's some beautiful color schemes going on there in those setups. I'm not sure if all players probably possibly aren't like me, but I like to color coordinate my outfit to my boat wrap and then often to my equipment as well. So the rod and reel holding is important part of that, because I want to look as good as I possibly can when out on the water.
As you should.
Um, yeah, and obviously we got some great new lures from 13 Fishing in there. The brilliantly named Poppy McPopface, and as well as the Glidesdale lure, which is an awesome swim bait that has a sort of beautiful action on it. And then for the first time, we've got Bagley lures in the game. So Bagley is a sort of is a well-known brand. They make their lures with balsa wood, which gives them a buoyancy that you don't get from other materials that you make the lures from. So it's exciting to get those in the game and allow people to be able to have even more choice on on what they use to fish with.
Awesome. So if you had to pick a favorite item or thing that is in this equipment pack, what would it be?
Um, I would say it's got to be the Predator, uh, the Predator shark mouth boat and snood. I think it just looks stunning with the hat with the eyes. I think it's just a lot of fun and allows people to show off and have fun whilst being serious in their competition.
I couldn't agree more. I think that's the one a lot of people are most excited for. So it's going to be really interesting to see, what people are repping now when they're out on the water. So I'm keen to see what people go for. So I was actually going to mention Bagley lures because you've already done it, but I was going to ask you, what's the process like of actually getting new items like products from Bagley into our game? Like, what's the process of actually getting that to actually happen?
So first of all, that starts with a conversation with the with the brand. Now, those guys are experts on bass fishing, well, or fishing in general. Obviously the focus that we've got here with this game is about the bass fishing. So we have open discussions about which of their lures or their pieces of equipment are going to be best or most suitable for targeting the bass, and then which colors, varieties of each lure sell the most in the in the real world, because this is all real world equipment that we're making here. So it's about trying to get the highest quality and most popular and desirable items that bass anglers are picking up and purchasing in the real world, and getting those into the game for players to experience.
So can you talk on the actual process and work that goes into creating the Predator equipment pack? Like, how does it get from concept to releasing it?
Sure. So that's part of my job on the production side is I need to gather all the reference materials for the equipment items. So I will put together a pack of information that then gets handed over to the artists. As well as including the way that item looks, that also includes details on how that lure needs to perform. So what depth it needs to dive to, um, the sort of the types of and the sizes of different fish species that could possibly be attracted to that particular lure. So then the artists will create that item in as a 3D model. It then comes down to sort of texturing that item and doing the different textures on it for the color patterns. Then on the design side, the designers have to then set that up and get that operating and functioning in game properly. And then obviously on the legal side, we have to then send that back to the brand themselves to get their approval and make sure that they're happy that we're representing their product in our game as accurately as we possibly can.
Hmm. So what do you think is the most challenging part of creating original content that's going to go into a game?
So it's about sort of trying to make sure that the items that we're putting out there in a pack are going to be desirable and people are going to want to purchase that pack and to use those items. And it's also about just sort of expanding the fishing experience and making sure that that we're not just doing the same thing over and over again, and that we're giving players new options and new ways to play, and new ways to be able to target the fish that they're wishing to target.
So, what's your moving away from drilling you on Dev Talk for a minute? What's your favorite venue of the venues we currently have that you would go to fish on in game in Bassmaster?
My favorite, I think, is I really like the Sabine River. I think that's it has there's so many little bits to go and explore and to find, and there's some real sweet spots that are far away from the start, the start
Mm-hmm.
point. So it might be a little bit of a journey down there, but the payoff for getting there can be really, really good. And it's just a beautiful environment with the trees and the little offshoots of the river, especially when you've got the sun rising or the sun setting. It looks stunning. It's got a different feel, and it just feels large. It just feels like I'm in a
Yeah.
really, really big environment, and with lots to explore.
And doesn't Sabine River have a bit of an Easter egg on there too, visible from Google Earth?
There is a certain part of the Sabine River that does have some hidden elements under the water. Yeah, I'm not how many. I believe the community have found those now.
Some of them
But
have,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, and that is based on real life, and you can see those sunken boats from Google Maps, like you say. So yeah, there's a whole story behind those. So yeah, we thought it was a nice feature to add into the venue.
Yeah, so if you are playing the game and you want to find those shipwrecks, maybe try using Google Maps and having a look, and then try and find it in the game, and maybe you'll see it. Talking of fishing then, so what would be, and probably giving away some tips here for some of our players, what's your go-to loadout then? What are you using to catch some giant bass?
Um, well, it sort of depends where I'm kind of fishing, really. If I'm out in the deep, more open water, I'll probably just use a crankbait. But if I'm sort of wanting to skirt around the edge, or into some drop offs where I want to get where I want the lure to sink a bit quicker, I might use a jig head with maybe a size 3.0 hook
Mhm.
on it. By going for the 3.0 hook, what I'm doing there is I'm sort of trying to cut down the chances of the smaller fish taking it. So there's less chance of being taken by a crappie or a bluegill, for example, and I'm more likely to get those big bass on the line. They're the ones I'm looking for.
Nice. Okay. So moving away from Predator Pack stuff for a moment, I want to talk about something that I have been representing for our community for a while, which is beards. They have been a highly requested and discussed thing that people would like to see in the game by the community. And we're obviously very happy to say that beards are coming very soon. So, what have been the challenges for getting beards into Bassmaster?
So, well, yeah, it is exciting. Like you say, we've long wanted beards into the game. Obviously, we've given people a little taster with the Santa beard that we
Hmm.
did for our festive period. Um, the the main challenge is sort of getting first of all getting the beards looking great. So we've got the character team has been expanded. We've got people that have got a lot of experience with hair within the game. So not our the hair in this game is so much better than any of our previous games, and the beards is sort of obviously the natural extension of that. So the trouble a tricky part of it is obviously with so many different heads for the players to choose from. um the beard has to work exactly correctly with each of those heads, but each of those faces, those jaw lines are all sort of slightly different shapes.
Mm.
So there's been a lot of working with the morph, I think they call morph targets, which is about adjusting the beard so it fits nicely, correctly on the character's face that they've selected. So yeah, it's making it look quality, and then going through the QA process, testing each beard with each face, and making sure that the quality is there where we need it to be.
So what kind of beards should they be expecting to see? Like what kind of stuff are people going to be able to represent?
Oh, there's all sorts of beards. So you could have just sort of a light stubble. You could go to the big, like, more like mine. You could go to the big beard like yours. You could go to the sidey, the goatee. There's a whole range of options for players to mess around with there. So yeah, I think people are going to have a lot of fun with it, and it just you know it just makes them look a lot more a lot more natural, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Not
mean, I
everyone's
can't
clean
wait.
shaven.
I cannot wait to have a beard in the game because I want to look more like me. I think that's like I don't know
Exactly.
about
Yeah.
everyone else, but I know when I'm playing a game, I like to try and make a mini me in there. That's
Always.
that's just how it is. I don't know why. All right, so since launching the game, we've been very busy. We've put out 5 updates for bug fixes and improvements. Now we're coming in with the Predator equipment pack, and a lot of what we've been doing in terms of bug fixes and improvements has been very community driven. So we're always talking to and listening to the community and trying to juggle that priority of this is obviously a bigger issue in the community than some of the other things. Maybe we should try and get that fixed first, or that's a really good idea for an improvement that we can probably implement quite quickly. So let's see if we can get that done for people to improve their quality of life. We obviously had the festive mastery challenges, and beards are just around the corner. And we are continuing to work hard on the game, constantly listening to the community, taking on their feedback, and working on improving the game. But moving forwards, Des, what can we say about what is coming to Bassmaster 22, the game, without giving away any like direct spoilers?
Yes. So there's lots more to come to this game still. Lots more to come. So we have, obviously, as I said, we've got artists, we've got programmers. Now, the artists are in charge of creating the content. Whether that's new venues or new equipment, new outfits, all that new boats or boat wraps, all that fun stuff. And then obviously we got the programmers that and the whole team has been continuing to work since launch, and we had a little break for Christmas, but yeah. But yeah, the thing that a lot of people don't sort of that aren't familiar with game development sort of what might not realize is that our ability to put extra content into the game is totally separate from our ability to be able to improve the underlying gameplay and to whether fix any issues or improve features. So the fact that we are making a Predator equipment pack and putting out new content hasn't stopped us being able to improve the multiplayer or fix all the any underlying gameplay issues. So all that work continues and will keep continuing. So we've got we have a roadmap of feature improvements and extra content that we want to release over the next 12 months, and then there is a classic coming up, so we've got something special lined up for to coincide with the classic as well. So there's going to be a lot for players to get involved with and have fun with over the next over the coming year. It's going to be great.
Amazing. All right, Des. Well, look, thank you so much for joining me. I think that's been very insightful and educational as well for people who are watching. So thank you for taking some time out to join me, and you can go back to work now.
You're welcome. Lovely to talk to you.
All right, cheers, mate.
Cheers. Bye.
All right, we are moving on. So the next interview, this is a blank screen I'm speaking over right now, but I'm going to jump straight into it, is with Jansen. Enjoy. All right, thank you for joining me, Jansen. Now, you are a senior character artist here at Dovetail Games. I'd love to start off with you explaining what it is a character artist does.
Yeah, so typically what a character artist does is take a concept. So we usually get given a concept or a general idea of what a type of character, for example. And then we take that character, we'll typically sculpt it up like a high poly version. So we'll go into all the detail, do all that, clothing, faces, obviously all that. And then we typically take that, retopologize it, get a low poly take that then into texturing, bake the high poly down, and eventually that's what you end up seeing in game.
Okay, so
So it's a lot of technical
yeah, so
stuff as well.
as a non-character artist here, and imagining
Yeah.
that lots of people probably don't know what that means,
Yeah.
when you say things like high poly, low poly, what do these things
So
mean?
okay, so high poly is, if you imagine clay, it's typically clay sculpting, what we do only digitally. We essentially just sculpt the character up in clay. So we go into like all the detail. So so you get all of the detail of what a real person would look like.
Mhm.
Then from that, because that's too high poly, we can't use that in game. So what we have to do then is take that high poly and make a low poly version out of it, and that's what you end up seeing in game. So yeah,
So
that's
what
essentially it.
kind of what do you lose in that process of taking something that's a high poly version of an
So
image and making it something that will work in a game?
yeah, you typically lose some detail, and depending on how low you have to go, you can depends on how much of the detail you lose. But is what we end up doing is baking the details of the high poly that we sculpted down onto the low poly. So then we basically keep as much of the detail as we can that way. Typically, you don't notice any of the detail loss. That's what all games do, um, and it typically works pretty well.
Interesting. Okay, so like, what was your journey to becoming a character artist?
Yeah, it was pretty long. I started off doing just game design. So I did just like a little at a uni. I dipped my feet into a little bit of everything.
Mhm.
And following that, decided I wanted to do character art, but I didn't really know what that meant at the time. I just liked characters, so I
Yeah.
started doing that. And I started doing research into that, and I just started sculpting basically because I came from a traditional sculpting background as well. I used to do like clay sculpting and stuff
Oh,
like
that's
that.
cool.
Um, so I wanted to do it digitally as well. So I just started doing that, and then eventually I got work to do hair for CD Projekt Red on Cyberpunk. I did that for a couple of years, and then following that, I worked at Airship Images, where I was doing hair again there for about a year and a half. And then following that, I joined here, where I'm doing full characters now. It's
Awesome.
fun.
Awesome. All right. So, what makes a good character artist?
Um, I'd say attention to detail. It it's difficult because everyone can be a good character artist. It just takes practice and time. And obviously, the longer you do it, like the more you notice things, the more you learn, the more like you take note of anatomy and all that stuff, and that's essentially what makes a good character artist. I guess it's for me, it's a willingness to learn. That's what makes a good character artist.
Sort of accepting that you're never going to be the best you can be.
Yeah,
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 I
yeah,
understand that.
and then just working to improve.
Awesome. So,
It
sorry, go on, go on.
it's a never-ending journey,
Yeah,
I guess.
exactly, exactly. It's the same with music and I guess a lot
Yeah,
of creative exploits. If you
yeah,
if you sit and think to yourself, I think I've reached the top. I'll never be any better than this. Then you're kind of setting yourself up for failure there, right?
yeah, exactly. There's always something to learn. There's always something to improve. So it's just having that willingness to do that.
So yeah, what do you enjoy most about what you do?
That's a good question. I would say it's the high poly phase, so the sculpting phase. Because that's like
Is it the
that's the
creative bit?
yeah, that's the first stage, and I'd say that's the most creative stage because you get to experiment a lot. You get to go into all the detail, and you get to like spend a bunch of time on that. I'd say that's my favorite phase. But then I do like texturing as well, like making it all come to life. I'm gonna go high poly. I'm gonna go high poly.
All right, I accept that answer. So this one might seem a bit weird to you, but it might not to other people. Like
Yeah,
apart from the obvious, so a character artist does characters and an environment artist does environment. What's the actual
yeah.
difference between those two things and maybe the kind of artistic style that goes into creating those two worlds?
Okay, interesting. I think obviously you want them both to work together well. So the environment artist typically obviously deals with all the environment, and then we make characters. But then when we put those characters into game, we obviously need to make sure that everything works with the environment that's already there. Typically, I guess that if we want to get into like the technicals of it, the difference is, I guess, software that we use.
Okay.
So environment artists will be in engine a lot more, and then work with a bunch of different software like Houdini, for example. And then obviously the modeling phase of that is similar to character art, only you're not making characters. It's that. So yeah, it's typically, I wouldn't say it's too different, but it's different enough, right? Just in terms of
Yeah, well, it's
the
interesting because
software.
I was going to ask you that it must be kind of different because taking Bassmaster for example, environment artists that we're working with are creating real world locations in game,
Yeah,
and they need to look
yeah,
like authentically like they're the place.
yeah,
But then on the flip side, I was going to say, but actually, we have real life anglers in game that they have to be. I'm assuming they don't escape your touch, right? They need to be they're
yeah,
scanned and you get their details, but you need to make them
yeah.
in the game form, right?
Yeah, so essentially what happens with stuff like that is you get a if they are scanned, they're not always scanned. If they are scanned, you get that as a sort of messy high poly, and then you have to clean that up, and then you sculpt more high poly on top of that, basically. And then you take that and make it low poly
Is
with
it?
the typical approach.
Would you prefer? Is it easier to just draw someone than it is to take a scan and clean it?
It's easier to have a scan to work from because you
Okay.
get more of the natural forms and stuff that way, and it just gives you a better base to work from in terms of that likeness. But you do always still need to go in on top and add more detail because the scan doesn't always pick up
Yeah.
everything it needs to. And then obviously when you're converting that to an actual workable file, you do tend to lose some detail sometimes.
Interesting. All right. So speaking of Bassmaster Fishing 2022, what are you most proud of about the work that you've done on that game?
Ooh, good question. I think it's the I think there's two things.
Okay.
There's the hairs, and then there
Like
is,
hairstyles, you mean?
yeah, like hairstyles and beards and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then there's the animation blend shapes. So when we in some of the poses that we get deformations that aren't natural. So with stuff like that, we're having to use blend shapes and like sculpt up those poses to try and fix them.
So is that like a character's arm bending and
Yeah.
they don't have a like a joint per se?
Yeah, so for example, if an arm bends, that obviously you can see what a natural arm bending looks like.
Yeah.
Sometimes the rig doesn't work correctly, and it'll pinch the elbow, so you'll get like a kind of point. Obviously that's not natural and it doesn't look good. So what we've started to do is go in and start create blend shapes for stuff like that to try and obviously just give it more of a natural deformation, so you keep the shape of the elbow
Okay,
when
and
you bend
for
it.
people like me who don't know terminology like blend shape, can you
Yeah.
explain what a blend shape is? What is that doing?
Yeah. So what a blend shape is we have the low poly version of the mesh that we made.
Hmm.
So we have the low poly version of the character. When we attach a rig to that, that's how we move the character around. When we move like the elbow, for example, the low poly geometry, so the triangles that we have in this area might not deform correctly, so they might pinch in and it might just look weird. So when we create a blend shape of that, we're taking that mesh and then we're just moving those vertices around to try and fix the shape. And then we hook that new mesh up to the old one and create a blend shape that we can activate when we need to.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
a lot of
as
technicals.
yeah, I mean, whew, yeah. So as you and I both bearded human beings,
Yeah.
I know that I'm personally very excited
Hey.
about the fact that beards will be in Bassmaster very soon. Talk us through the process of getting beards working and in the game.
Yeah. So we create the beards as hair is normally created in games. Um, and then is what we have to do is we take those and we have to obviously hook those up into the engine. One interesting thing that we have with our game is because we have a character customizer, we have a bunch of different heads that can be selected. We need to make sure that all those beards obviously work on each head. So we create a beard to one just standard head, and then again we have to make blend shapes from the beard that we've made, and then blend it to each other face, each other head, so that it fits correctly on each head. So no matter what head the players pick, the beards work on each one. So that's typically what it takes to get a beard
into
working.
a game. So what were there any challenges along the way in terms of, like, you know, from at any point during the process with beards?
Yeah, getting the blend shapes to work with all of the different heads was a bit of a challenge. It's quite time consuming to get that done.
Is that because you're so used to seeing like facial hair on a human and what it looks like that it's that, I think they call it uncanny valley, right? Where it looks like, if it looks slightly weird, then it's very jarring. So it has to look like it actually fits on that person's face.
It's more so just to make sure that it fits like perfectly to that face. So when we create it on one head, it obviously fits perfectly on that head. But when we need to then take it onto each other head, it's quite challenging to make sure that lines up correctly on every single head, and then we obviously have to test all of that to make sure that it works. So I'd say that's been the biggest challenge.
Which one's your favorite? Have you got a favorite beard?
Oh, I do. I'm going Santa beard.
Santa beard. Okay, the first of the beards to make it into the game.
I'm going Santa beard.
It's like a very modern day, like, chiseled Santa, isn't it? It's such a sick beard.
And it has the beautiful little folded.
I know, it's fantastic.
Mustache, curly mustache.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's good.
So, what are you working on next? Like, what's well, you might not have to tell me too much about what you're working on next, but like, give me some indication of what the next things are you'll be working on in Bassmaster.
So at the moment we're finishing up beards. Following that, there's beard color options that we're doing.
Yep.
Following that, I think it will be more just like blend shape fixes for the foreseeable, and then we'll start focusing on whatever comes next.
Just continuing to improve character animations.
The overall goal is just to keep improving everything. So once beards are out of the way, I'll get a little bit more time to start delving into the game more, and just like seeing what I want to improve.
It's interesting because in Dez's interview, he mentioned that we're able to keep working on improving and enhancing the game while simultaneously working on addressing bugs and making other, like, more, you know, dev type implementations to the game. So you've just kind of reinforced it, like, you don't really touch that side, but you're just focusing on improving areas that you affect, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Obviously I can only really touch characters, so my goal is to just improve those, and that ranges from everything, not just characters, like even how you see characters in game. So like lighting, just a lot of stuff that we can improve and will be improving.
Amazing. Well, this has been awesome. I think it's really cool and really interesting to get different perspectives and different people from within Dovetail Games to share their stories and what they do, to help, you know, provide our players with a broader range of knowledge of what we all do here. So I think it's really cool, and thank you very much for taking some time out to join me, mate.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much.
All right, and I'll catch you in a bit.
All right, in a bit.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, nice. You'll have to forgive me because during those interviews, we have construction happening outside, and you can hear like dump trucks and stuff just reversing and moving around and being generally loud. Very annoying, but it is what it is. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed those interviews and they gave you some insight into what the process has been like and what we're working on and all that kind of jazz. But we are a couple of minutes behind now, so I'm going to bring up the schedule real quick. As you can see, the next thing on our agenda is the debut of episode 1 of Bass Gaming with Hank Cherry, the legend himself, presented by Ronnie Moore. So that is next on the agenda. I will sit here and talk to you in chat, and I'll catch you on the other side.
What's going on, everybody? Ronnie Moore here with Bassmaster, and I've got the man, Hank Cherry, two-time Bassmaster Classic champion, back-to-back with me. And today, Hank, we're going to see yourself in a video game and really talk about your career, about the Dovetail Bassmaster Fishing 2022 game, maybe catch some fish as well. You're going to guide me around. But first off, I wanted to get your reaction to the game. You've obviously got to see it the last few days. Your son's got to play. You've got to cast and catch some fish as well. What's it like being in a video game and kind of seeing your likeness in that deal?
It is crazy being a part of the video game, but just the likeness of the lakes alone, it's like you can reminisce on things that happened and places you've been. And just looking here at Gunnersville on the screen right now, it is crazy the detail and how much it looks just like the lake. I mean, it is absolutely amazing.
And so this Gunnersville game that we're playing right now, it's free mode. We're not doing a tournament right now, but we're just fishing. It's a little bit dusk. We're getting towards the later part of the day, a little bit of darkness creeping in. But, Hank, this is the site of your first Classic victory. You got to win in 2020, and then the world really changed. But that first Classic victory really accomplished a lot in your life. And so as I'm fishing here, walk me through what that was like winning a Bassmaster Classic. It's something that every fisherman that competes competitively in tournaments dreams of doing.
It's absolutely amazing. It's everything that you dream about plus more. And, you can't really describe the feeling. All I can tell you is excellent, super happy, whatever you want to do. None of that comes close to describing what was going on through my head and through my family's head when I won that first one at Gunnersville. It was an absolutely amazing experience.
So in this part of the lake that the Gunnersville map is designed after, it is where we take off from that Scottsboro region, the north part of the lake. Now, you found success, as I'm hooked up right now. Hopefully I don't lose it with the pressure, but you found success across all parts of the lake. But in your Classic victory, you were a little farther south on the bridges and whatnot. How was it in practice developing a pattern that eventually would lead to a Classic victory? That's got to be something that's a good feeling when you kind of find that clue.
Well, the biggest thing with this one was I never really got to go where I practiced. I kind of went off a little bit of history and a little bit of instinct, and it paid off. Those bridges and causeways at Gunnersville are gateways to the spawning grounds and back out to the humps and flats and humps where they go in the summertime. Concentrate on that. One lucky patch of grass that really paid off big time the first day, and that about sums it up. I just tried to fish smart. I stayed close, fished the conditions, and it really turned out well for me.
So, Hank, one of the big stories of your Classic win and really of your career, you got into the Elite Series by 1 ounce. You got into the Classic. When you won that Open in 2012, you made the Elite Series and the Classic, and really 1 ounce propelled you to the opportunities you've had. You went on to win Rookie of the Year. You had a shot at winning your first Classic in your first ever attempt at it. So I've got looks like a mega bluegill on right now. So coming so close in your first one and experiencing a Classic, but really not taking in the lights and the sounds of it, because it is a huge spectacle. You didn't really get to take it in because you were under pressure to catch fish that week and really win. Now, with plenty of years under your belt and winning it in your 7th or 8th season, did you have a lot more respect for it because you had been there and not won yet?
Well, that tournament is so hard to reach no matter which way you get there. And once you're there, it can be overwhelming because there's so much stuff going on, so many cameras in your face, so many people wanting to talk to you, take pictures, interview you. You're having to make time for the family, make time for tackle prep, media day, everything across the board. So it's a really, really wild time. It's probably the most hectic week of bass fishing all year, but I really like it with no points involved. You're going out, it's winner take all, and that really suits my style of fishing.
So as we're looking at it, I know. That's why I had to stop the boat right there at the end of the dock. And what's really cool, Hank, as we look at the game, I'm hooked up. I did. I look at that. I called it. You called it. I called it. We're hooked up. It might not be the biggest, but I'm going to try to do the landing chance deal. It just came out of the rink. I messed it up that first time. Let's see if I can land this sucker. I did. I got him in the boat. First bass on the live deal, right at dusk. Now, what's the difference? Just under a pound. It's not one we want to tournament for sure, but we're gonna set the tone with that when we get a bass in the boat. We've caught some other species already, but Tell me about, obviously Gunnersville is a special place, but tell me about fishing around this dusk time. That time right after the afternoon, all the tournaments are checked in, and then all of a sudden it starts to get a little dark. But especially in the summertime, what does that do to the fish when you're fishing close to that low light time period?
That time of year and fishing at this time can be awesome. But the problem with the tournament anglers, it can be hugely misleading. You can find something late in the day thinking you're going to go back there a morning from now or 2 mornings from now, and they're going to be there, and they're just not because they're constantly moving. So that's why you got to always beware of that late afternoon bite, because it will come back and bite you in the butt.
And so we're obviously picked the time period. On the map it kind of gives us a recommendation. It said that maybe during the middle of the day when it was the hottest, it might not be the best, and so we picked the afternoon to the evening. You obviously like to fish around your hometown. Lake Norman is your home lake, and a lot of night tournaments happen. Do you kind of amp up for those local night tournaments in the summer like you would for a Bassmaster event? I mean, you got to do all the tackle prep and the rods and making sure you have the right baits.
That's the wrong guy.
That is the wrong species for
I
sure.
love night fishing. I don't get to do it as much as I used to, but around here in the springtime, especially before the bass get on the bed and some of the gizzard shad start spawning, we get to throw those great big top waters at night, really, really shallow. You get some explosive bites. And then, like a bladed jig and a jig at nighttime on the rocks here, it's just phenomenal. But even at this time, when we fish night tournaments, this time of the evening, it's tough. It really doesn't get good until it gets dark. And I don't know if that's the transition with them being able to see with light to dark and however that runs. But definitely, especially early in the year, the late afternoon, you can get some humongous bites.
Lake Gunnersville is a legendary lake, and you've had a lot of good finishes there in the Elite Series events there. It's really a second home, seemingly. I got another one. This is a good little area you brought me to before we started recording. Accomplish an achievement. We got the century fish. Look at that. Catch 100 fish so far in the game. I think we've caught most of them today with your son and you out here playing the game. A nice little black crappie right there. Not the species that we target in tournaments, but it's a species that anglers get to enjoy at Gunnersville, a lot of different lakes.
They enjoy them in the frying pan more.
Exactly. What is, we were talking about Gunnersville and how you kind of just, you do well here no matter what time it is. Classic time in that February, March time period, or in the summer, in the spring, and the fall. What is it about this place? Because it's totally different than your home lake, Lake Norman. With all the grass and how deep they get, how shallow they get. What do you find comfort-wise at Gunnersville for you?
The first time I went there, Gunnersville kicked my butt. I weighed in a limited spotted bass 2 days in a row. I had really no idea what I was doing, but I was trying to fish the way they fish at Gunnersville. And ever since then, I tried to adapt the way I fish at home to Gunnersville. And it's really paid off. I don't know if it's the best way to do it. I just know they don't see baits the way that I present them. And I think that's made me successful.
Well, Hank, I wanted to talk to you. Also, we talked about your career. You've obviously got some big-time accolades the last 2 years going back-to-back in the Classic. I'm going to actually take us out of here, and I'm going to change the time of day. I'm actually going to take us back to the morning time period. And so we're going to be able to see Gunnersville and how bright and vibrant it is. We got that early morning sunrise as we go back. I'm going to have you take me around. You know Gunnersville pretty well. What do you want to fish right now early in the morning? You've complimented this already. This looks like the same docks that you guys fish. They have matched the lake almost perfectly with what you see when you're actually there.
It is absolutely amazing the way it looks. Even that little shallow dock right there around that point, it looks just like that at the lake. You've been through several areas. I'm like, oh my gosh, I've caught fish there before. It's kind of crazy looking at it. But they've done an incredible job with the detail and what you're looking at. And right now, I think you're headed out and you're running up the river.
Towards that big bridge.
Yeah, towards the bridge, and there's some rocky places and stuff. But you can go up to that bridge early in the morning. Water's 67 degrees, I think, our temperature, and probably a good chance there'll be some feeding activity going on there.
We're going to head up towards that bridge as long as the boundary allows us. And Gunnersville is one of those legendary lakes. They put this lake in the game. They've put Ray Roberts, your other classic victory. Some other place like Chickamauga, you caught your biggest tournament bass of your life in a tournament at Chickamauga. You've got Winyah Bay, which is in South Carolina, not too far from here. Even the St. Lawrence River, a place that you love, and it's really a lot of great destination lakes, bucket list lakes that people would fish. They get a preview of it in this lake or in the game, and it's pretty accurate to what you would see when you go there.
It's just looking at exactly the detail. I mean, even to the bridge crossing Lake here, it looks just
And
like
the pocket right before the bridge and everything.
It looks all the same.
It is awesome. I'm gonna try to see. I'm gonna have you coach me up in a minute on what you'd like me to, where you'd like me to go, what you'd like me to catch. But we made a good pick the last time, right at dusk, and so maybe during the daylight we can make some good decisions as well. And so I know we went in the 2021 season. Dovetail Games was the presenting sponsor of the Sabine River Elite Series. When you got to meet some of the folks there,
Yeah.
when they told you, they said, "Hey, you're going to be in a fishing video game," what was your first reaction? I mean, obviously that's pretty big time. Like that's pretty cool. I'm snagged right now.
I hung up.
I'm
That's
hung
not
up.
good.
That is not what I want. Okay, I got
No,
it.
being in a video game, I mean,
It's
it's
so cool.
it's sweet. You know, I didn't play a whole lot of video games growing up. I mean, I did like to play a little bit of Tiger Woods golf, things like that. But my wife successfully, when we met, erased everything that I accomplished in like a year or two. So I kind of gave up with video games with that. But I mean, it's a great feeling, and you know, especially knowing the youth's going to get to play this. I've already had some comments, and they're excited to get to experience this. And you know, you never know. You listen to talk. You know, he learned to bass fish off video games.
Yes, that fact
So
that
it's
Taco,
crazy.
like I lost. Look at that. I was talking
Yeah.
with my hands. I wasn't. See,
So,
you
I
got to
mean,
pay attention.
It's crazy, but I mean, you definitely, it's definitely a good feeling just to be asked to be part of the game.
It is cool. You mentioned that Taku Ito, one of the Elite Series pros that's also in the game. I'm hooked up immediately. Look at that. Landed right on his head. I think it's another crappie. But Taku mentioned that. He knew about Bassmaster and professional fishing and the classic video game. What do you think this does for the sport? One thing, it's a great time of year for this game to debut. That late October time period. We were at a tournament together, and it was 28 degrees this morning.
Yes.
And so it's not ideally the time for a lot of big tournaments. It's really getting cooler. The days are much shorter, so a lot of people are going to be in.
There it was.
That's a good one. A lot of people are going to be indoors for this winter, getting a taste of this game. And I saw you critiquing your son today playing, and I think we need some of that raw footage of it. That is a big one. I'm going to try to land this one. But yes, this is a great time for people to start to play the game and learn about bass fishing. It's a very addicting game already, just because the time aspect, you want to catch the biggest, and you're kind of motivated to beat some of the players in the game.
Well, it's just cool. I mean, just watching this fish fight and cut through the water.
That's a big striker.
It's pretty cool to see you got a striper. And the multi-species things I think is what makes it kind of neat, because you're not just catching bass.
I'm going to try to land this fish. It got out of the ring. Come on, get in the ring. Let me catch this one. I messed that up.
Everybody watching this, you don't want
I know.
Ronnie with the net in the face.
Hey, I can land them a little better in person, but it's kind of tricky with this big of a fish. You got a small window to try to cap. I got it that time. So you're not going to look at that big one. That is a big old striper. Hank, you've been known to be a multi-species angler. That's a 13-pound, 5-ounce striper. I'm going to take a screenshot of that one real quick. Look at that. We'll upload that to the Dovetail Live. You're a multi-species angler.
Yeah.
I mean, you love bass fishing. That's how you make your living. But you love carp fishing. You catch striper. Lake Norman, your home lake, is a great place for some striper fishing and white bass, indefinitely.
We catch everything: white perch, white bass, whatever bass.
That's another good one. That is a good one. I cannot.
We catch
Don't
them.
lose this
We
one.
just like catching them all. You know, I enjoy carp fishing. I enjoy flounder fishing, red fishing. I mean, if it bites, I like to catch. The only thing I don't like to do is go out in the ocean. Inshore, I'm good. Out off the bank, I don't want to do
That seasickness is a deal. See, it looked a lot bigger in the water. It's just like Bassmaster. We thought it was a giant, but I'll take that 12-ounce spotted bass right now. So Hank, I've obviously found a spot. You can look at the electronics, the graph at the top of the deal. You can see how many fish are in this area, and that's one thing that we've already picked up on very quickly. Your son did as well. When we're fishing in a spot, if they don't see them on the graph, you kind of lose a little bit of confidence. How is that in real life with the best technology and the best graphs and whatnot? I just caught this giant striper. How is that in real life when you pull up to a spot and you don't see fish on your graph? Do you lose? Do you fish a little bit in real life, or Do you maybe move to the next pocket just immediately and not waste time? Because time is money for you guys.
It depends on what's going on. Like catfish trying to complete that striper. But with my live scope, with my Garmin units, they let me know real fast what's there. I don't by any means think that I can catch everything that's there, but they let me know when I'm around them. And it's just one of those deals. You have to have confidence in your equipment and what you're doing with it.
I'm not the best. I will say that. I'm not a professional video game fish lander, but I'm just wearing it out. I'm just wearing this. See, look at that. I did it. Perseverance. That is a big striper. Not as big as the first one. They might call that like that. It is a stripe bass. 5'11". So I've obviously found what's very cool about this is I have caught a small spotted bass on this spot, but I've caught 2 striper. We've seen some other species, but they do group up like this in real life. This is pretty accurate. If you catch striper, you're going to be able to catch them maybe cast after cast. I'm trying to weed through them. Maybe there's a big bass in there.
I'm sure there is. You can keep it away from him longer. That
was a good bass. He stopped.
Trapped it behind it.
Now, one thing that's very interesting with this is I'm hooked up again. This is a perfect time for this. Look at the drag and the brake system on your reel in the bottom left of the screen where it says hook slipping. That is an important aspect that is added to this game, which is very cool. Is there are times when the fish is bigger than you expect and it pulls drag, and you have to really do that in real life to make sure you don't break off. It's a small white bass right there. Not too bad.
Where you're going to have to just weed through them.
In the aspects, that's pretty realistic. It's very cool to see that drag system because I broke off a lot of the toothy critters, the muskie and the pike and those different fish. I broke them off in this game because I didn't have the drag set right, or I tried to horse them in the boat. This is a pretty cool little spot right here, and you can see they're still loaded on the graph. I made a cast to the left just to see if there was bass, and I don't see hardly anything, so I'm going to go back to where we just casted.
One of the big striper.
There's a big striper right there. And you were talking about this earlier when we were playing. There was a largemouth right there.
There he is. Little guy.
Don't lose this bass because this will be our first largemouth, I think, maybe. On this spot.
See, by just seeing that right now, it's looking to me like playing the game. Like maybe we're a little too close. The further you got out, the less there was a largemouth.
Yeah.
It seemed like there were more.
So if you're going to coach me up right now, you want me to back up?
I would back up just to see and keep making the same cast. Just back up just enough where you cover that ground a little more and just make the same cast.
It's cool as you can do this with the trolling motor as well. I'm gonna keep us lined up right. That grass to my left is going to be the little marker for me. I'm trying to make a good cast, and maybe we'll get out of the striper and into the bass. That obviously worked, which you just recommended for that last fish. Caught it close to the bank, but.
Ooh, man, I say that and there's a gar.
But I did see right when we landed, a bass swam away. There's a big old bluegill brim. And we're watching this on a big screen, and how realistic some of these fish actually look when you get them out of the water. Even when you see them in the water, we can get excited. Like there's a crappie, there's some grass there. And you were mentioning earlier how the grass under the water, especially like Chickamauga and even those yellow flowers there, that's a big old catfish. Oh, I got one right at the boat. I need to back up some more even. And now it's pulling. So now I got to do this drag system. That's one good thing right here. Fish on. If anything is green, right above that dial on the left side of your screen, if anything's green, that is good. If anything is red, it's either the fish is too tight of a drag or too loose. And I need to back it off so I don't break it off, and I need to tighten it so I don't lose it. Now, Hank, you're going to give me a compliment and grade my fit. That is it. I landed the big one about as good as I possibly could. Look at that one. A trophy spotted bass.
He bit right at the boat.
He did bite right at the boat. I'm going to back this up. I'm going to take a screenshot of that one, upload that one to Dovetail Live, just so I can brag to the guys that I did catch a big old spotted bass. That actually would be my personal best spotted bass. I've caught about a couple. I got to remember to back this up. I've caught some 4.5 pound spotted bass, but that was a 5.4. What's your biggest spotted bass?
My biggest spotted bass was right at 6 pounds.
Where was that at?
On Lake North.
Right here?
Yeah.
Right here. Tournament or fun fishing?
It was in a tournament.
Nice. Spring, winter, summer?
It was actually late spring, early summer. I've caught a bunch of 4 to 5 pounders, in the winter time when water gets dirty on the crankbait and whatnot.
hey, we have found a good spot. One thing that's very interesting, echo this a little bit, is that we caught a bunch of striper, but the bass species that we've caught have been spotted bass.
Yep.
How similarly do spotted bass act with striper? Because spotted bass are closer to largemouth, but the way they behave, it's a little kind of like a striper
They're
would.
nomadic. You know, around here we don't have so much stripers anymore as we have the hybrids, and you'll catch them all grouped in together. And then you'll catch the bigger spotted bass around the white perch schools, especially in the wintertime. There's a big old
There was, I know. I need to cast a little farther to the right.
catfish.
That's the one thing I have not landed yet in this game is a big
Really?
catfish.
Very
Oh, he's
cool.
coming for it. Oh, it's a big striper. I saw the
Is it?
stripes. Yeah, I think it was a big striper. I got to make sure to drag on this one because it might start running. Yep, it's straining. We have found it. That's one that, hey, it's just like real life. Sometimes, look at that catfish that we saw in that fish bit. It's still right on the surface. When you go for a little while, you may not catch fish, but when you find them, sometimes you can find them schooled up. And those spotted bass are nomadic like stripers, and they do sometimes tend to go together.
Yeah.
It's a big striper. I'm going to mark a waypoint on this. 4 pound, 13-ounce striper. I'm going to mark a waypoint on this spot, which is really cool. I'm going to go to the menu, to the map, and I'm going to place a waypoint. Even though I could remember, this is I'm going to put a bass. I'm going to put a striper icon. Where's the striper? This is the pocket right beside the big bridge. That's an easy place to remember for me mentally, but I'm going to mark it when I find that. I think it might be striped bass. There it is. I'm going to mark it and drop a waypoint, and I'll put it in red. Red. Select it. And now
There it is.
so there's the waypoint. We just dropped it. I'm going to make you pick my next spot. We're all the way at the top boundary. I just marked it. Now I'm at the ramp again. So now I got to drive around. I'm going to drive. So where are we going to go now? We're in that north portion of Gunnersville. Do you want me to go out to the main lake? Let me pull my map up right there. I got the little mini map.
You head out that direction.
I'm going to head out towards the main lake from that Scottsboro area where the takeoff is. We're watching it on a big screen right above us and on our display right here. It's pretty cool to see the boat shooting up a rooster tail. It's pretty accurate, and it's got the brand new Mercury. I know you've enjoyed having that on your boats.
Oh, I definitely like that thing very much so. Get it right around that point right there.
Right around here. I got to slow down so I don't hit that.
Right there.
I'll start on this point. Now, you want me to throw a swim bait, or you want me to throw that lipless like I have been, or
Throw the lip, throw it towards those rocks.
throw that lipless? I'm going to go down
I'm
and
going to have to
select
go
it.
further towards the seawall. But
Throw it. And this is correct, right?
Yeah.
Let me throw it there. So there's no fish on the graph, but I'm not going to doubt you. I did do an overpowered cast, so it's not going to go nearly where I want it to.
high.
I threw it to the sky. I'm going to let that sink down a little
Oh,
bit.
there he is in the background back there.
I see him. If I would have made a good cast, I might be right there in his zone. This has been fun. I'm glad we caught some striper. Glad we caught some spotted bass. I just want to catch that 7+ pound largemouth.
I think only fishers can do that.
Yeah, your son might be a prodigy at it. He already won his first tournament. Went
There
from
he was, jumped
I know.
right on the foot.
Hopefully he stays right there, and we can bring this lipless crankbait right through there. And even in real life, you want to pick. You want to pick baits that work in the game. But in real life, a lipless crankbait is great for the grass.
Yeah.
At Gunnersville, being able to pull it and snatch it out of the grass, it's
Definitely.
kind of weedless for the most part. I mean, not weedless, but you can definitely yank it out of the grass. I got right up on that shallow spot. I'm gonna try to catch that fish. I'm gonna make a half a cast. About 3/4 of a cast will do that. Ooh, we got one right there. I like
Oh,
this.
look at all of them.
Oh no! I yanked it away from
You
him.
did.
I yanked it right away from him. I got excited. He came back for it though. That's another striper, I believe.
I don't think so.
Let's see. Oh, it's definitely pulling. Jumping.
The green one.
Holy cow. It is. I think it might be. You might be right on that. Let me see if I can land him. Yeah, got it done. Oh, it is a big white bass, or big striper, man. I thought he was green. He fooled me.
White bass.
Trophy white bass.
There were large enough up there.
There were. I'm gonna try to make it another 85% cast. Right there. I got one right there. I saw him bite it before it even sank. It might be a big blue crappie, a big bluegill. I like the species actually. I don't like that. Might be a yellow crappie. That's black crappie. You just got a pigment. He's got that pigment from being right up on the bank.
That big sucker swimming on top of the water behind.
I'm gonna take a screenshot real quick because that's the brightest.
To the right tab.
To the right. Yeah. Okay. I'll make another 3/4 cast, 83%. Now there's a couple different cast modes. You can do a really expert cast, or you can do that basic cast. And just to ensure that I don't make a fool of myself on here, I went with the basic cast because that. Oh, that's a good. That's a good. Oh no!
Good gracious!
I had my shot. You called the shot, and I lost the fish. Let's see if I can hold him. Let me get it. He lives there. We know it. I said 83%, put that 78. It's pretty close.
You know, right on top of him.
Maybe he'll come back to bite.
Right.
Oh, I got a big catfish.
This
is yes, I've never landed one. I've always broke them off. Got to play with the drag if this one starts to swim around.
Not big enough.
It's not. Oh, he's pulling. Hold on. Back it off. Let him take some drag. Now he's growing on me. He's one of those ones you say he didn't know he was hooked yet. Now he knows he's hooked. This might not be. Yeah, this might not be what you want in a tournament. That thing is slimy. I recommend if you catch a catfish in real life,
fillet him.
You hold him as least as you can because he is a slimy. That's a 7.5 pounder. Not too bad a one. I got to get back to that bass I jumped off though. Maybe I'll be able to present it correctly. I'll let it sink down. You see some bass there.
One right there.
And what's cool is they have that right there above the dial, the constant, right where it says fish on the top left of the dial there, or top right of the dial. It gives you some feedback.
That's another one of those guys.
It is another black. It gives you feedback on if you're reeling your bait the way it's supposed to. If you're too high in the column, too low, you can kind of tell because that red and green, it's kind of correcting you. Just like you're correcting me now, that gives you a little bit of input on how close you are to possibly doing it correct. I just want to find that lineup where we catch big, largemouth every cast back and forth. Oh, striper. See, I got that constant green right now, so that's the speed that I'm supposed to be doing that.
I have to go further right.
I don't have to do that. I'm going to I'll try to get 95% cast. I'm going to bring this one in. I'll try to get a little bit more to the left, right? 95. Almost perfect. Let's see if we can get it there. Last time you told me to do that in the creek, I backed up. And I caught a good one. My trophy spotted bass on it. I think I'm snagged. Okay. Don't get snagged. I'm snagged. Okay. Let me shake it. Oh, I got it free. Look at that.
There he was, and there's another.
And I got one. Look at that. That's real life, though. When you get snagged, if you can set it, that is another black crappie. I have found the crappie hole. If somebody at Gunnersville right now wants to go catch some crappie, I know exactly where they're at.
Dinner.
Let's pick up. I'm going to run down. We fish that near that island. Where do you want me to go? I'm going to go towards the main lake a little bit more like we were earlier, but during the daylight time now. Now, don't expose to me any of your actual spots that you catch them on the lake because it is so realistic. But get me close. We'll get us in the realm of maybe I can go back in these pockets or I can go left towards the main lake. Right here? Let's go. We got a little point with some grass and lily pad, our little island. We got a dock that extends. Let's try to do this. Let's see. The one good thing about this game is you can run all day and not have to fill up your gas tank at the end of it.
Definitely.
What is very cool as well is when you go regionally. We were at the St. Lawrence River earlier. We threw a swim bait out. Those fish were coming up and looking at it but not reacting. We put on the lipless. We were able to get those fish to commit. Same thing here. We threw the swim jig a little bit earlier. Couldn't get them to commit. Picked up the lipless. We're able to get them to react to it. I just paused it right there and got one to come towards it.
Dude, you are an awesome crappie fisherman.
I see. You know what? I don't know if that was a compliment or not, but I think in this terminology it was. But Hank, this has been fun. We got to catch a couple fish, and you got to give some input. But what an accomplishment! Not only being in the video game, but in real life of 2 classics in a row. We've actually got, if you move your shoulder, you got the cowboy hat on your classic trophy right there.
Yeah.
And in this game mode, you can work your way from college to the opens to the elites. And then I'm going to face you with college. You said the one thing that wasn't realistic about this earlier was that when I finished the tournament, we won. You were 4th in the tournament, and you said that's just not real. Yeah. Hank Cherry, Bassmaster Classic Champion 2020 and 2021. I'm Ronnie Moore. Thank you guys for joining us today. We got a little bit of fishing out on Lake Gunnersville, catching some spotted bass, some striper, and some crappie. And I did land a catfish. I didn't break that one off. I lost a shot at a big one, though. Thank you guys for joining us. Great talk here with the 2-time Classic champ Hank Cherry. Getting a little taste of the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Fishing 2022. Local or in stores now in the Xbox Game Pass. You can buy it on all consoles as well. Thank you guys for joining us. This was a fun time. We have to do it again.
All right. Hope you enjoyed that. It was fun. That's the first time I've watched it all the way through, and it was cool. Cool to see them guys chatting. Hi, Agent Anderson as well. Welcome. So to answer your question about how the sonar works, essentially imagine a cone that goes out from the bottom of your boat straight down, and the cone starts small and gets wider as it goes down to the bottom of the lake. That is detecting fish that are swimming directly through that cone. So when you're looking at the fish finder and you see a fish pop in from the right-hand side and move across, the moment you see that fish is the moment your fish finder has detected it, and as it's moving across the screen, that denotes the amount of time since that fish swam under your boat. So let's say you're driving at full speed, 70 miles an hour or whatever it is, and you're seeing fish, they're under your boat as you're moving. So if you're like, oh, I'm going to stop here, there's loads of fish, chances are you've just driven straight past them. So that's something to bear in mind when you're, when you're looking at the fish finder. So we are a few minutes behind, but the next segment of today's stream is a brand new video on by Wobbly Captain, one of our Dovetail ambassadors, focused on mastering St. John's, which is one of the venues in the game that has been causing people some issues. People are finding it difficult. So Wobbly Captain has made a really cool video to help people master St. John's. This is a bit of a longer video, so I'm going to roll this and then we'll play a few games, and then that will be it for the Festival of Bass for 2022. So I'll see you in a little bit, and I hope that answered your question, Anderson. I'll see you in a bit.
Hello and welcome to the Festival of Bass, Bassmaster Fishing 2022. Now I'm going to start off this video with a tip for new players who have perhaps just purchased the game, and recommend starting off at Lake Chickamauga and heading to this boat ramp here, where you should find lots of fish. You will in fact find all species of fish here, including the bass, and including legendary fish have been caught at this particular location. Now I'm using one of the standard rod and reels that you will start up the game with, and I have also got the 7-pound line on, and you will see me pull out a 14-pound bass here on a rod that you will start off with when you first purchase the game. I'm fishing in this area. Don't neglect the sides of the boat ramp area, both sides of the boat ramp area. In front of the boat ramp you will soon be catching all species of fish and getting lots of bass books, where you then can go to the tackle shop and buy more fishing tackle.
What a hog.
So there you go, that's a tip for somebody who is perhaps starting the game for the very first time. And we shall get some bass books where you can then go and spend your bass books in the tackle shop and purchase some more tackle. So now we are going to play through the Bassmaster Elite Series at St. John's River. Now I'll probably edit this down to the highlights because this is going to be quite a long event. So I've not done this before, this is my first time playing it, so let's get into it and let's see if I can win. I'm not going to do any practice, I'm just going to take straight off.
Welcome to this Bassmaster Elite Series event. Our anglers are ready for takeoff, so let's join them on the water.
Okay, so here we are at St. John's River. Now, in my opinion, St. John's River is one of the most difficult venues in the game, and it pays to know the hot spots and the locations that you're most likely to catch the fish. So it's very worthwhile to do the lay of the lake, scout out all them hot spots before you come into a competition such as this. Now, I know a few areas. I'm going to head to one. This is going to be my first choice. Sometimes the fish are not here, sometimes the fish are. I've caught lots of fish here before, but will I catch anything today? That's the big question. And another big question is, will I win this event? Not many fish showing on the fish finder. I'm just going to have a quick go here before I go to another location. Now it is quite shallow here, 5 foot. I think it's showing up there on the fish finder at 61 Fahrenheit. So there's a possibility the fish maybe in the deeper water. There's a few on the fish finder. I'm going to have a few casts around. If I don't have any luck, I'm going to head to the deeper water. I can't see any fish at the moment. I use the underwater cam to my advantage. I'm searching around as I'm reeling in to see if I can see any fish. We'll cast out again. I might snag with this one because there's a bit of weed around here. The Genko Holistic swim bait, an excellent lure for catching fish. Now you do get snagged in this game, so you've got to be careful you don't lose your lure in the weed. So let's just move position just ever so slightly. Let me just cast slightly more to the right hand side. I'm just trying to do a quick scout of the area to see if I can locate any fish. We don't want that one. That one doesn't count. There's a few fish around here. 2 I think I've seen. I'm not liking this area at all. I don't think I'm going to have a great deal of luck here. the fish do not appear to be here. I can't see a great deal of fish. And I don't want to waste too much time here. No, I'm not happy here. I am not happy here. Let's go. So we will head out to deeper water. Now we are going to have to locate these fish, and particularly bass is what we want. Now, again, I have caught bass from this area. This is a very good area for catching bass. Out here, approximately where I am now, but you do have to search around for them. I'm going to go where I approximately put down some markers on the map, which is approximately here, but we may not catch the fish from here. It's just a rough idea because the fish, they tend to move around in this location, so you do have to search for them. Now I want a deep diving lure because the water is quite deep. It's not that deep here where I am actually at the moment. We're on 17 foot of water here, but we want a lure that's going to get down to the bottom, and this will do it quite easily. So I'm searching around for fish. Going to have to watch we don't get stuck in the weeds. So I'm using the underwater camera to my advantage, looking around for fish. Nothing showing on the fish finder. I've just seen one fish in the distance, but that isn't a fish that I'm after. So we'll search around again. We will move. More fish showing on the fish finder now, top left hand corner. This may take a while to locate the fish. So what you're seeing here is me searching around trying to locate the fish, and many of you will find yourself in this situation, particularly more so on St. John's River, as in my opinion it's one of the more difficult venues in the game. So I'm using the underwater camera to my advantage. I'm looking all around to see if I can see any fish. And there's nothing showing on the fish finder, so we will move on. The search goes on. Now our competitors are actually catching bass, and I have yet to catch a bass. Couple of fish on the fish finder, not many at all. Again, I'll cast out, have a search around using the underwater camera to my advantage to see if I can see any fish. Nothing on the fish finder. We are in slightly deeper water now. I'll have a go the other side of the boat. Again, I'm looking to see if I can see any fish. If I can see any fish in the distance, and the water is quite cloudy at the moment, it's not got good visibility. If I see any fish in the distance, I will move towards the direction of the fish as seen on the underwater camera. So it's not an easy thing to do. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes I've located the fish straight away. Other times, as you've seen today, I'm searching and searching. Now we've got a few more moving on the fish finder there. There's a lot more fish showing. So again, we're going to cast out to see if we can locate these fish. Are we over them? Let's have a look. Again, using the oh, there we go. There's a fish. A lot more fish here. Boom, we're in, we're on them. Perfect strike. This is what we want, and that is a bass. This is going to be our first bass. We're on. Fish on. So if you're struggling on St. John's, you've just seen me come out into the deeper water, searching around, trying to locate the fish. It took me a little while, but eventually we are on them. We've got our first bass here. Hopefully this is a good one. It looked a good one on the underwater camera. Let's see what we've got. Here we go. Oh, look at that. That looks a cracker.
Somebody caught a toad.
£9, 12 ounce. That will do. That will do. Give him a kiss. Chuck him back in. And let's have another bash at it. Not a great deal in the competition at the moment regarding weight. We've still got 21 minutes left. Lots of time yet. There we go, boom, perfect strike. We are in. Fish on, fish on. What have we got, flippity flop? We've got ourselves a bass. Not the easiest venue, St. John's, not the easiest venue at all. There we go.
Flippity flop, what do you got?
A £5, 11 ounce bass. Give him a kiss, chuck him back in. Still not good enough though. We haven't broke into the top 3 yet. We're still below the cut line. 12 minutes left. I'm still searching for fish on this lake. Having to move around to try to locate the bass in this particular area. Not having a great deal of luck just by dropping on them. There's a bass in the distance, I think. Let's just cast slightly in this direction because I'm sure there was a bass down in the water. Once again, I used the underwater camera to my advantage. Eyes open, looking for fish in the water. Can we pick off that fish? There he is. Doesn't? Yes, yes, no. Oh, another one came in. Boom, perfect strike. We're on. Fish on. Will this get me above the cut line? You've got to move around, keep consistently searching on St. John's. Sometimes you get lucky and you directly over the fish. I've had many sessions where I have been directly over the fish in this particular area, but today I'm struggling. I'm not directly over the fish, I'm just picking the odd one out. We're still below the cut line. Hopefully this is a good bass. This will get me above the cut line. Here we go. What have we got? That looks a good one.
Not gonna set any records with that one, but at least it's a good, solid keeper.
£8, 14 ounces. I thought that would be possibly bigger, but whoa, check that out. Top right hand corner. Number one, Bassmaster Fisherman, Wobbly Captain. That's my gamer tag, by the way. Absolutely fantastic. Boom, perfect strike, we're in again. This is what we want. We want to be catching bass. Finally. We're getting a few bass. Still in number 1 position. Round 1 of the event. That looks a good one.
Flippity Flop, what do you got?
We got a 10-pound, 5-ounce bass. They're getting bigger. They are getting bigger. We're smashing it. We are smashing it. Oh, there we go. Boom. Perfect strike. We are in a game. Bass-tastic. We're catching bass. Lots of bass. We're number one. So far, it is the first round. Time is nearly up. We're above the cut line. So at least I am hopefully going to make it through the first round. It is looking very much so. I have smashed it. I would be very surprised if I didn't get through this first round. This one's actually taking a little bit longer to get in, so this could be a slightly bigger fish than what has been caught previously. Landing chance, boom, first time, that's what I like. Whoa, look at that, that looks a whopper, got to be a good one.
That right there is a bass squatch.
That's a bass watch, 12 pounds, 14 ounces.
Let's get your bag on the scales and find out where that places you on the leaderboard.
Well, that places me in number one position on the leaderboard. My top 5 catches are on the right hand side. The biggest bass I had was 12 pounds, 14 ounces.
Let's welcome our next angler up to the stage. Come on up with your limit and let's see what the scales say. Let's get ready to weigh some fish. Hold up your biggest fish to the fan. Wow, what a first round for you today. Can't wait to see where that places you on our leaderboard. Day 2 for this event, and things are really heating up.
Okay, so round 2, I'm going to go out to the same place. Out into the deeper water, just opposite the bridge there. Once again, using the same tactics. Driving around, searching around, seeing what I can see on the fish finder, trying to locate the fish, and then having a cast around to try to find that sweet spot. Still trying to locate the fish. There's a few on the fish finder there. We'll have a go here. We've got to have a try. It's just trying to narrow it down. Let's have a go. Again, we'll just cast around. Oh, there we go. Boom, 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 boom. Good strike. Wasn't a perfect strike, but it's a bass. Finally. Now I've made it to my advantage when I come out here to choose one of the longer rods. Now I don't know a great deal about bass fishing. I'm from the UK. Never fished any of these venues in real life. Know absolutely nothing about them. But what I use out here, particularly in this deeper water when I'm searching around for the fish, is one of the longer rods. I think this is a Fitzgerald rod, and I don't know if I pronounced that right, and that enables me to cast slightly longer distances than the shorter rods, and you get a little bit of advantage of that out here. You can cast further and search around, and it enables you to dive down deeper into the water as well, I think. What have we got here? We know it's a bass. It looks a good one. That looks a cracker.
What a hog.
Wow, 13 pounds. Trophy largemouth bass. That's what we want.
Not gonna set any records with that one, but at least it's a good, solid keeper.
£9, 12 ounce. Let's try again. There's a few bass. Literally quite near the boat they are. I'm going to move back. If I move back slightly in the boat, I might be able to pick them bass off. Let's see if we can get one of them bass now. Quite a few fish on the fish finder there now. Coming in. Let's see if we can get one of them bass. Let's see if we can pick one of them off that we just seen. I may have found the sweet spot here. It looks like I found the sweet spot. We're on the sweet spot. There's a few fish there we don't want. We've just got ourselves a long-nosed gar. So I'll get this in as quickly as I can because this does not count.
What a finned freak of nature.
So we'll put that one back. It's bass that we are after. And it appeared to be as though I had found the sweet spot down here. So hopefully we can get a few bass out of it. Oh, there we go. Boom. Perfect strike. It's a bass. You always run the risk of catching one of them other fish though. Like previously we caught that gar, but we caught a bass. We're doing well. We're doing well. This is round 2. Just under 7 minutes left in round 2. And I am currently smashing it in number 1 position on St. John's in the Elite Series here today. What have we got here? The bass have been getting bigger. They've been getting bigger and bigger. This looks a stonker of a bass. Look at that. That does look a very good bass. 16 pounds.
Big fish and no whammies.
Big fish and no whammies. 16 pounds, 11 ounce trophy largemouth bass. Check the bass books out on that. That's what we want. Let's try again. That was a whopper. So when you've seen me driving around trying to locate that sweet spot, this is one of them sweet spots I've been trying to locate. And we're right over it. So hopefully we can get another bass. Oh, there we go. Boom. Perfect strike. Bassmaster champion. If only we won that $100,000 in real money instead of bass books. Wouldn't that be great? Didn't take long to get this one in.
Yes. Somebody caught a toad.
6 pounds. Now remember, it is the 5 top, the heaviest out of the top 5 fish that you catch. count in each round. So we're after big bass. Here we go. Boom! Perfect strike. So not all these bass now that I catch will obviously count, because it's the top 5 heaviest in weight fish count in each round. But we're in a good position. In fact, we're in a very good position at the moment in #1 place.
You're gonna have a few competitors trembling with that toad.
8-pounder. Chuck him back in. They don't chuck them back in, do they? Where do they put them? I think they put them in some sort of icebox or something, I think. In real life. I don't know. No idea. Never been bass fishing in my life. Oh, look at all them. Come on. There we go. Boom! Once you find that sweet spot, once you find them sweet spots on St. John's, it is very, very easy. It's just locating them that takes a little bit of patience and work. And they're not necessarily in the exact same place. They're in approximately the same place. Generally, should I say. Looks a good one. That does look a good one.
Big fish, and no whammies.
13 pounds, 1 ounce trophy largemouth bass. Not much time left. It would be nice if we could get a legendary, but I very much doubt it. I think you've got to put a lot of time in, or just be lucky over these sweet spots to catch a legendary. So we don't want that. So that's striped bass. Oh, what's got it? What? I didn't see what got it. No, we don't want that. Chain pickerel. That doesn't count. Not much time left in this round now, but we may have just enough time to catch one more over this spot. Over this sweet spot we've landed on here. There's a bass coming in. There's a bass. Oh, there we go. Boom. Perfect strike. The difficult part is when we next start the next round trying to locate the sweet spot again. We could probably come approximately to this position in the next round, and these fish won't be here. They probably move to another spawn spot in the game in this area. I think there's a couple actually, and they just randomise in various ones. So the difficulty is locating the sweet spots out here. Oh, there we go. That doesn't count. It's a striped bass. Chuck that one back in. So we're not going to have time to get another one now. Just 50 seconds. We'll just have a look, see what's down here. 50 odd seconds left. Well, 40 seconds left. So we might as well just sit it out here now and wait for the scores on the doors to appear.
Time for the scales to do the talking. Let's get your limit on there and see where it puts you on our leaderboard.
Well, looking at the leaderboard, they're absolutely smashing it. Absolutely smashing it. 109 pounds in weight so far. Nobody is close to me.
Let's welcome our next angler up to the stage. Come on up with your limit and let's see what the scales say. Let's get ready to weigh some fish. Hold up your biggest fish for the fans. Wow, what a day you had. I can't wait till this weigh-in's done to find out where that puts you on our leaderboard. It's day number 3, moving day on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and you better stay inside that cut.
Final round on the Bassmaster Elite Series at St. John's. And we're smashing it, aren't we? Literally smashing it. I would be very surprised. Well, nobody's going to catch me, are they? Surely no one's going to catch me now. Top 5 bass. We've won it. I think I've won it easily. I think £51 was the chappie, whoever it is, in second place. They've only got £51. They've only got £51 in bass. Yeah, we've won this. Nobody's going to get any close to me. It's a bit of walk in the park, hasn't it? So same situation again. Go out here, try to locate the bass, try to locate that sweet spot using the underwater camera and the fish finder, and generally just casting around, just trying to locate them. Oh, I'm pleased I've won this. That means I've got the 100,000, doesn't it? I hope I'm not talking too soon. I don't think that any of them AI competitors are going to catch 5 bass. They'd have to catch... They could do, couldn't they? Because there's 16 pounders in here. They'd have to be really lucky. They could catch me up. I don't know what the biggest bass is in this lake, but they'd have to catch 5 of them to catch me up. No, I'm pretty confident I've won this. Pretty confident. Nothing. Doesn't look like there's anything here though. I think there's a fish just in the distance there. So once again, just keeping my eyes peeled for any fish I can see. There's one. There's another one. It looks like they're under the boat again. So I'm going to just go back slightly and try and pick off one of them fish there that we've just seen, using the underwater camera. Nothing showing on the fish finder, not yet, but we'll have a look around with the underwater camera. Diving deep. Oh, there we go. Oh, it came from nowhere. That came from literally nowhere. Perfect strike. Boom, shakalaka. It's good when you start catching the bass, isn't it? What have we got here?
Going to set any records with that one, but at least it's a good solid keeper.
£11 3 ounces. Well, I'm pleased with that. Still in first position. Nobody's coming close to me at the moment. We have got 25 minutes left. Let's see if we can get another bass just out of nowhere. No, nothing around. Nothing around. Let's just jump in the boat. Let's just move position. Let's try. There's a few on the fish finder there. Let's just try here. So I'll get out of the boat and I'll have a cast around using the underwater camera to my advantage, keeping my eyes peeled, seeing what's down there to hopefully locate that sweet spot. Can't see anything at the moment. There's quite a few fish on that fish finder. It's just getting on top of that sweet spot, or at least getting near it. Nothing. Let's turn around. Let's try this direction. I just do a 360-degree search around my boat, and then move if I can't locate them. Oh, there we go! Boom! That came in out of nowhere again. There was just a couple showing just on the fish finder. I would love to get a legendary catch for this video, but you've just got to be lucky to get them, I think.
Somebody caught a toad.
Doesn't seem a great deal of fish around here. Just not on the fish at all in this session. Just have a little scout around, cast around the boat. I'm not even using the fish finder at this point. I'm just, oh, there we go, boom! Came from nowhere. That's the way it goes sometimes. I was just scouting around the boat using the underwater camera. Nobody's near me yet. Still in first position. It's going to be an easy win, this is. But what have we got here? We know it's a bass. But what size is it? I'm quite pleased how this session has gone. I've had a lot of good bass. It's a shame a legendary never appeared. That would have been nice. I have had a legendary fish from this area before. Oh, that does look a good one. That does look a good one.
Oh boy, that is Shack Daddy's Super Bass.
Super Bass. Trophy, £14 4 ounce. Quite a few bass books for that as well. And 575 followers, I think that was. Largemouth bass. Upload that to Dovetail Live. Worthwhile creating one of them accounts if you haven't done so. Create a profile on Dovetail Live. You can upload your photographs like how I've just done. There's a lot of information on there, a lot of information on that site regarding where fish have been caught, and you can use that to your advantage to try and find the locations to find fish. Can't remember if I've mentioned it previously in the video, because these sessions are just so long, the 30-minute rounds. But yeah, worthwhile creating a Dovetail live account on the site if you haven't done so already. Oh, there we go. Perfect strike. Oh, we lost it. We lost it. It's been a bit slow, this final round has. I'm just going to move the boat back a little bit just to try and get on top of them fish that are down there. Been a little bit slow this final round. Just struggling to find that sweet spot. Let's have another go. Let's just see. Let's see what's down there. There's fish around here, but not many at all. There's a few showing on the fish finder now. We are near where they are, but not. Oh, there we go. We're in. Perfect strike, and it's a bass. We've just got 12 minutes, just over 12 minutes left. Nobody is really near me. I think we've literally smashed this event here at St. John's today.
Somebody caught a toad.
£9, 3 ounce. Not a bad bass. Not a bad bass at all. Well, this is how it goes sometimes at St. John's River in the game. You see me catch the bass. This final round, I've actually struggled to locate the bass in the deeper water in the same area that I've been catching them. So I've done enough to win the competition. So once I've unsnagged, the time is up, nearly up, and we'll see what the scores are on the doors and collect our winnings and the trophy.
Let's get your bag on the scales and find out where that places you on the leaderboard.
Well, it places me in #1 position. Absolutely smashed it. Nobody was near close to me. The final round wasn't terribly exciting. I did struggle, maybe such as in real life, to locate the fish in the area. Well, in the same area that I was fishing in round 1 and round 2.
Let's welcome our next angler up to the stage. Come on up with your limit and let's see what the scales say. Let's get ready to weigh some fish. Hold up your biggest fish for the fans. Let's hear it for your Bassmaster Elite Series event winner.
So, give me a round of applause. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We came, we conquered at St. John's. So pleased to have won that today at St. John's, coming first place. St. John's is one of the more difficult venues in the Bassmaster game, but managed to win it in the end. If not, round 3 was a little bit slow. I came in first place with £157, 3 ounce in total of bass. I went away with the trophy and 100,000 bass bucks.
All right, thank you, Wobbly Captain. Go and check out his YouTube if you haven't already. Lots of good fishing content there. And thank you for submitting the video and being part of our ambassador program. We appreciate you. I'm still here. I'm still alive, hanging on by threads. That rounds up, or rounds out, I should say, the pre-recorded content that we have scheduled for this Festival of Bass. I hope you found it enjoyable and educational. I think we've covered a lot of ground, from videos to help new players, from a look into the process with Dev and the character artists, mastering St. John's, a cool interview with Ronnie and Hank. Lots of stuff has been going on in tonight's stream, and we're going to round it out now by playing a bit more. If you'd like to join in, that would be fantastic. I thought we might try a game of Bassmaster Royale if there are enough players around, and then round it off with a new idea. I'm not sure if it's going to work, but we'll give it a go, called Bassmaster Hide and Seek, where I'll essentially go and hide on a venue, and the first person that finds me can drop me a DM or us a DM on Twitter at Dovetail Fishing, and we will sort you out a key for the Predator equipment pack. All right, I'm doing very good, Wesley. Thank you for joining us. Right, I'm gonna camo myself up a bit more. I am. There we go. Never mind. Shark it is. What's gonna make me look camo-y? I need green. There isn't really a green. We'll go with the Bagley. Maybe some less garish. Maybe brown. Perfect. Oh, wrong one. Right. Let's see if we can get into a Bassmaster Royale game. Come join. We'll have a fun game of Bassmaster Royale, and then we'll jump into a public server to attempt hide and seek, if we can. We'll see. So, hopefully we can get enough players. We'll see. I feel like we've done a good job of scheduling this on the whim. Didn't know if we were going to have enough content to fill out the time, but here we are. Pretty much, 3 minutes early on this session, I think is good. We brought it back because we were running a little bit behind. I haven't closed and reopened my game for a long time, and it's just been sat there, so I might have to hold on. It's gonna load myself back in here. Cool, here we go. Can't believe my internet's held out for this whole time. Last time I tried to stream, my internet cut out like constantly. It was a nightmare. Okay. Don't mind me yawning. Nothing to see here. Alright, come join me in the pre-game lobby for a game of casual Bassmaster Royale-ness. Oh, you don't have very long. It's happening right now. Alright, where are we? I've no idea where we are. Some weird stuff is going on. Nice boat, big timer. I love it. Yeah, I don't have a the UI for the map. It's weird. Streaming's been awesome. Thanks for powering through. Hey, it's been fun. It's been my pleasure. Oh, hi. I'm not sure where that person's come from. But we're just gonna cruise around. Yeah, I'll make sure I report this on Monday. I'm sure the QA team already know though. This looks like it could be good. It looks highly snaggable, but could be worth a shot. Let's give it a go. See what we're working with. Okay, well there's something going on. Oh. We're in business. It will. It will. Must be a big one. I've got my heartbeat going. Nice.
There has been a bass squatch sighting.
Nice. Trophy spotted to get things started. Big timer. Come on, man. How are you on £10 already? It's fine. Got more heartbeats. I might check my settings just to make sure that minimal HUD isn't on or something weird. It shouldn't be. What have we got? Flippity flap. Not all we want. Let me just try that. Oh no, it's definitely... Oops. Just a bug, basically. There's some big bass here. Oh. Whoa, okay. Holy moly. Whew, okay. We didn't want that fish anyway. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? I'm tired. That's what's wrong. Yeah, there's lots of variety, right? They all look a bit different. I think it's rare that, like, well, I found it rare that you catch a fish that looks like exactly the same. No. Yes. No. Here we go. Let's get that tension up. Well, we got some gamers in here. You guys aren't messing around. Who needs a fish finder? Come here, buddy. Yes. Oh.
Somebody caught a toad.
Nice. Yeah, the all white muskies. Yeah. Oh, I'm up against some steep competition right now. Oh, look at the size of that. Oh, he got it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down. Heartbeat's kicking off. Must be a good one. Must be a good one. This lure is doing absolute bits for me right now. From the Predator equipment pack and the rod and reel, both Predator equipment pack. Come on. Got him. Hey, thank you. Oh, it's another big one. Oh!
That right there is a bass squatch.
Okay. I'm in this. I'm in this. I'm in a little hotspot right here. Look at the size of that. It's all good, natural. Don't worry about it. It's been fun. I've really enjoyed it. Tiring, but fun. I need to mark this spot. I've not been here before. Ah, I missed my first one. I've not been to this spot before, but the random spawning on the venue thing really helps you to explore new areas, so this is fun. Come on. You're not what I want. If I'd have realized that, I would have snapped you off, probably. Oh, that's a catfish, isn't it? I should probably just reel a bit more just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that's a big catfish. Come on, come up to the surface. I need to catch a glimpse of you. Definitely a catfish, I can just tell. It hasn't come up. Yep, there it is. I'm going to crank up my tension here. I don't want it. There we go. Be gone. I like when the reeling audio you get when you hit the underwater. You hear the audio change. You know what I mean? Something's gonna. It feels a bit weird. I don't know. Whoops. Not the fish I was looking for. Ah, beast. I've been pipped. Hey, this is tight competition though. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to jerk it that much. Oh yeah, okay. Yep. Ding. What have we got? I'm still yet to catch my first legendary, by the way. Still yet to catch my first legendary after all this time. It's a big one. No. No.
Check out the green beast from beneath.
Nice. Nice. This is good. I found a little, what do they call them? Honey pots or something. Honey hole. And it's not actually bad. You'd think this would be a really bad area for snagging, but it's not too bad. I thought I'd snagged then. Oh, the harpy's going again. Whoa! I don't know what this is. I got no idea. Dang it. Oh, it's gone. Trophy white bass. Right, I saw a bunch over here. Yeah, go on. They are huge bass here. Unbelievable. Oh my god. Good night, Wobbly. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you, and thank you again for the video. Let me know when you've... I'm assuming you've made it public now. And we'll make sure we share it again. I think my problem's going to be I'm going to get to my limit, my 5 catches, and then I'm going to struggle to catch anything bigger. That's my prediction. Well, this is a big one, though. Oh, not too big.
Flippity flop, what do you got?
I'll take it, though. This is good, guys. This is really good. Close competition. Come on. Ace. So big timer, you must have your 5 in the bag then, so you need to catch some, you need to improve your weights, right? Hey Ace, how you doing? Good vibes. Oh, okay, side profile.
Flippity flop, what do you got?
Nice. I think I'm in the same position. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, yeah. All right, I need to get some more weight. I'm very well, thank you. 2 pounds, well, not 2 pounds. Yeah, 2 pounds in it. Stay away from me, drum. What was that? Anyone's catch a glimpse of what that was? I'm excellent, thank you very much. Ace, I'm a bit tired. It's a bit late for me, but it's good. Been enjoying myself. It's white bass. I'm gonna nudge my boat a bit closer. I've confused myself. I saw a few that were just out of my reach. Like these guys, see? No. Come on. No. I'm not sure what that is again. I need to catch something chunky to get to where Big Timer is. Hey, at least I've earned some bass bucks.
Somebody caught a toad.
I ordered the predator back and can't find the lures or rods. They will be there. So one of them is this one. So you're looking for favorite fire stick casting, favorite rush spinning, and favorite jackhammer spinning. And the lures. Ooh, oh no! What have I done? Lures will be here. So you've got these at the top. And then we've got all these Bagley lures as well. If you can't find them and you bought them like from the store, you might need to reboot your game. Possibly. I don't know if this is the exact lure I was using or not. I think it is. Come on, buddy. Oh, what is happening down there? He's like caught on something. Oh yeah, that was one of the other things as well. Yeah, good idea. Got him. Oh, I didn't even want it. What happened there? No, thank you. Catfish. Yes, please. Yes, come on. Oh, here goes the heartbeat again. Oh my god. Come back. Yeah, I really do. Hey, Omni. Oh, goodness me.
You have caught an absolute hydrilla gorilla.
Oh, big timer. That was a lunker. We said the same thing. What platform? I stream from the PC version. It's just easier with like I do have a capture card. I've got an Elgato down here, but it's just a bit less fiddly doing it directly from PC. To be fair, big timer, you'll never live it down if I beat you. But look at this.
Not gonna set any records with that one, but it's a solid keeper. Cha-chunk,
Not enough.
cha-ching.
You're not wrong. I know, right? This is a good spot, though. I don't know if anyone's been here before. Getting a lot of fish, though. Lots of bites. Seeing as we're here, get that down for next time. What's a good score? Is this like, are we almost like maxed out? But not almost maxed out, but is this like are we in solid score range right now? Ooh. $56, okay. Oh, this is a small one, I think. He's jumping around quite a bit.
Yes. Not gonna set any records with that one, but at least it's a good, solid keeper.
Might try casting a different direction. It's pretty close, honestly, Crystal. Big timers edging me right now, though. He's just ahead. But 51 pounds is a reasonable score for me. Not to be sniffed at. And I found a new hotspot. What is this? Kind of stripe. You sure do love going by the engines, huh? And we've got Wayne not far behind too, so lots to fear. That was a striped, I'm pretty sure. Oh. Sometimes you just do be like that. They set the hooks in their own mouths, apparently. You know what? Let's just try and lose it. There we go. Well, there's actually quite a lot going on really close to the boat. Let's try here and then like casting like there-ish. Because I let it sink, it's quite deep. I see you, Bassy. Come on. No, no catfish. Alright, we'll go for a longer range cast. I don't think I've got it in me to catch him. I need a big old belly bass. Flippity flop. What do you got? Huh.
Somebody caught a toad.
Oh, I can't beat my weight. Let's try this way. I can't beat my weight. Okay, there's fish. Oh, you look like a good old fish. Yeah, you're big. Ooh. Maybe not that big, though. Ooh, Beast has taken third. Imagine if I beat Big Timer, though. Can you imagine?
be flopping.
Not with
What
6
you
pounds. Not with 6 pounds. Oh, my first snag. Come on, dude. Oh, heck. Oh, that's too fast. Real speed 5 is not going to be the one. All right, sink on down. Can see a really big bass back there. Oh, is this a spotted? They did, yeah. They did. A bunch of the lures now make sounds. Like, it's easier to hear them when you, like, if you go onto total cast control and, like, swing your rod around, you can kind of hear them a lot easier. Come on, buddy. Up you come. He does not want to come up. Holy moly, that was fast. All right. Yep, you do nicely. Oh, I've got no idea what I've got here. Looks like it's coming to the surface, though. Could be a bass. Oh no, beast is coming for me. Seven minutes to go. Yeah, I know what you mean. I do try. Oh, it's a flipping gar. Big one.
Freak of nature.
Chunky one. Got no time to observe, though. Not in the heat of competition. Oh. Hi, Austin. How you doing? No, 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 no. Right, this was not the cast. Five minutes to go. Don't snag. This is one of the new lures from the Predator pack, and it's doing me an absolute solid. I mean, 51 pounds, 2 ounces. Oh, I was not concentrating so far in Bassmaster Royale. I think a pretty respectable score. But I do agree that is a good lure. I've snagged it instantly. Come on. All right, we've got time. We've got time. This lure is the promised land. I'm sure of it. Oh, you... I'm good, Austin. I'm enjoying this lure a lot. It's served me well so far. Come on. It served me well. Yeah, you are winning. After all. You know, there's many ways. What's the saying? Something like many ways to skin a cat, right? Oh, that's the saying. Lots of lures can catch you big fish. Got him. It's not gonna do it. It's not gonna do
But
it.
it's a solid keeper. Cha-chunk, cha-ching.
I need like 12 pound plus. I need a big old bass. But I think my luck might be up for lunkers. I might have one more. This is Chickamauga. Chickamauga is the new lake on Bassmaster Royale. It's also on the public fishing service too. It's a good spot. It's not somewhere I've fished before. I normally hang out by the boat ramp by the starting dock, but this is because it spawned me somewhere else for the Bassmaster Royale event. Never say never. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Beast has taken me by 5 ounces, which I think is rude. I'm trying to like internally yawn now. My body is yawning and I'm trying to hold it in. Like you ever try and hold in a sneeze? Oh, nice. Whoa. No. No, no, no. Hey guys, GG. Beast, no, 51, big timer, congratulations. Oh, I definitely couldn't drink a beer right now. I've drunk a lot of water though. I've filled it up like 3 times on this stream. Nice, well done. Third place, I'll take it. Well done, Wayne and Vapor.
Hey, against this field of hammers, you gotta be happy with a solid top 5 finish.
$11, 12, 4. Yeah, I think 12. Yeah, £12 4 is our biggest.
Hey, against this field of hammers.
Not bad. Right. I'm going to join the US Toledo Bend venue. I'm going to do this once because we're wrapping up. And we're going to play 1 round of Bassmaster Hide and Seek. I'm going to hide my screen. Thank you, Wayne. I'm going to hide my screen. I'm going to drive off into the distance and hide somewhere as best I can. And the first person... Sorry. The first person to find me can drop me a DM and they will win a key for the Predator pack, Predator equipment pack, on whatever console you play on. Obviously you'll need to own Bassmaster to use it. If you already have the Predator equipment pack, that's also fine. You can give it to somebody else if you want. So what I will ask is that you do not use your map. So turn your HUD off so you can't see the map, and don't open the map to see where boats are. They're the rules. Oh, I'm on Toledo. Okay. That's fine. Are we at one with the rules? So I'm gonna go full cam. And I'm gonna drive away. And when I give the word, you can come find me. First person who finds me, drop Dovetail Fishing a DM with your gamer tag in game, so I know who you are. I'll take a note of the person that finds me, and I will send you a key on whatever platform you want for the Predator equipment pack. Sound fair? Alright, I'm almost in a spot. Alright, I don't think this is a spoiler. Alright, first person who finds me without using the map will win a copy of the Predator equipment pack. I'm on the Toledo Bend public server. Come find me. This is a silly idea. This is a silly game I'm playing. Wonder how long it'll take. Should have probably thought about that. Hey Tress. Hey Azar. On Steam. Welcome. Welcome Steam viewers. It's quite a big venue. I didn't really take into account how long this might take. Well, you're more than welcome to. You will, you're just as entitled to win things as anybody else. Look at that boat wrap. And perfectly hidden. The water looks cool. Thank you, Banner. I mean, I didn't make it, but we appreciate it. And the shark mouth snood. So again, if you do want to win a key to download the Predator equipment pack at no cost, come find me. I'm hidden on the Toledo Bend public server. First person to find me can drop me a DM on @Dovetail Fishing on Twitter, and we'll make sure we organize you a key. People are driving past. I'm very well camouflaged, obviously, with my camo wrap. I have to yawn. Oh, sorry. I have to yawn. It's very late. Low 5 vibes, catching chain pickerel. May as well chuck a few lines out while I'm here. Oh, the water's looking nice. Hey, who do we have here? LOR Death Snake. Let me take a screenshot. Nice. LOR Death Snake. Right, LOR. Pred pack. Drop us a message on Twitter, please. If you can hear me. Are you in chat? Hey, it's you, Deathstroke. Nice. Okay. @Dovetail Fishing on Twitter. Drop us a message with your gamer tag. and your console that you play on, and I will send you a key for the Predator equipment pack, so you can have a shark mouth snood and new lures and new boat wraps and all sorts of fun jazzy stuff. I'm going to cruise back to the docks, and we're going to call that a day for the first ever Festival of Bass. Congratulations. It's been a lot of fun. I hope everyone's enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed doing it. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Whoops. And I have to wake up super early in the morning to go view houses, so it's going to be fun. All right, here we go. There's the iconic... What do you even call that? I'm going to call it a thing. The iconic Toledo Bend thing. All right. It's been a pleasure. Thank you everybody for joining in and taking part and watching and spending your evenings with me. I really appreciate it. It's been a whole lot of fun, and I look forward to for catching you on stream soon. And we'll be constantly in touch anyway with news and updates, and responding to comments and all that kind of stuff. So thank you very much. It's been a blast. Have a good weekend, everybody, and we'll see you next time. See you later.